and actually get a better connection or not.
Let's go see. It's like we're live. Live now. Our stream health is at red, Sean. Unsupported resolution. Scroll up. There you go. Well, I don't know if that's a good idea. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. We are live. It was so bad.
Two people watching. All right, folks, we got something special coming for you. Do a little bit of promotion, and then we're gonna call a hemp expert. Give us a moment here.
Well, I guess it's going to be closer to 7:30 than it is 7 o'clock, because it's already 7:16.
We always do this. Dead air between tracks. Come on, man.
What's up, Gypsy Hustle?
Trying to share the links out here a little bit. How come it's not showing the live one, man? Show the live one. Show the live one.
What's that?
That was my phone.
Oh, your phone's hooked up to the machine.
Yeah.
Ghost in the machine.
It's going pretty good, Gypsy Hustle. Thanks for showing up. Stick around. We're going to get you an exciting update on things happening. For a change, something interesting is happening in the government. If Picture Show is talking about it, it's got to be weird. So let's see. Let's start with the Facebook.
Come watch us live. All right, I just tweeted it. What's up, Jacob Bacchus? Glad you guys could join us this week. It's gonna be an exciting show, I think. That's a nice tweet. Thanks, Jacob Bacchus.
pressure's on, man. Come on. We need to tag one more person. Let's go.
We're gonna get some tagging going, huh? Tag it.
There, that's enough.
Nice.
Share that. Yeah, push it on Facebook. We are live. And let me get one more tweet out, and then we're gonna call James Freed on the telephone and have him give us an update on getting back to basics in the United States of these Americas.
Hemp.
Oh yeah, I was gonna call
Do something. Legalizing the hemp.
Oh man, yeah, I need that one.
Thanks for the help promoting us, Jacob Bacchus. Appreciate it.
Shout out to Caramy, our very first Patreon. We are so flattered we don't even know what to think.
I think we're pretty stoked.
I'm freaked out, man. Freaked out.
We are available on Patreon under RX Only Picture Show. There are several levels of opportunity there to help support us. Got done with the promoting over there, SB?
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. All right.
Gypsy Hustle said that this music triggered his MK Ultra programming.
It doesn't surprise me.
It's got that effect on me too.
It turns me into a sex kitten. This music, in case you're curious or you wanted to know, was written, produced, recorded, and often performed by the one and only Adam Lore. That's my brother. As far as I can tell, there's no way to buy it right now, but please like, share, subscribe to Adam Lore on YouTube. He's a really excellent comic artist and a prolific songwriter. This is probably literally 3% of the music he's ever written.
Live now. Come and check us out.
So gross.
Hashtag live stream. Hashtag. Yes, Tracy will be joining us. She's going to be coming in a little bit later, a couple minutes.
Right, let's just go ahead and pause Adam Lore right there.
That's a good place to pause it.
Let's just close Adam Lore's Set list and fade on over. Hi, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
I'm Sean. That's Jim. Oh, wait, that's the... I don't know if we want that camera. We need this one.
Oh, yeah.
That's the regular
There you go.
RX only cam.
Is that our chat in there? Oh, that's awesome. You better
That's
fade.
our chat in there.
Do the switchy switch.
Oh, yeah, I guess we got to fade it over. There we
Fade it
go.
over.
Hi, everybody. Sorry for the delay, as usual.
Delay as usual.
Tracy Twyman will definitely still be joining us. We just got a private message from her not long ago. We're excited to bring you a scoop on a recent piece of legislature that was signed. And usually I don't get too excited about what they do in the legislature, but in this rare occasion, I'm kind of excited about it. So we're going to call James Freed on the telephone. James Freed is, well, he's kind of a peculiar dude, but somebody who's really changed the way I think and excited me a lot with his own unique brand of, I don't even want to call it conspiracy. He'll maybe explain that to you, but I want to get the scoop from him on the Hemp Bill because he is big into agriculture, big into dome greenhouses. I think he's going under King Dome. It was Arctic Dome greenhouses. They were up in Alaska. He's building and supplying these greenhouses. He'll ship them to you. He'll come to where you are and put one up for you. And they're amazing, man.
They're pretty beautiful.
The whole idea is to be able to garden and grow your own food inside of these greenhouses with garden towers and take yourself out of the system of commerce as much as you possibly can. So that being said, let me double check my feed here, make sure we're all good. You got an eye on the chat there, Jim?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So let me see if I can call back and get James Freed on the line. Because what happened, folks, is the House and the Senate, and apparently Trump has already confirmed that he is going to sign a Farm Act that allows the legalization of industrial hemp in the United States of America once again. So I'm pushing the button now. Let's see if we can get James Freed back on the line. I'm excited to talk about this. I hope you guys understand. I'm not so much into smoking pot anymore, but I'm definitely interested in being able to manufacture things out of hemp. So, James, this is Sean and Jim on the RX Only Picture Show. Welcome.
Thank you.
We just announced it to the folks we got watching that we're excited to talk about it's a part of the Farm Act. Is that correct?
No, it's the Farm Bill Act within the Farm Bill.
So the act within the Farm Bill, and how do you remember how long it's been illegal? Are we looking at like 60 years?
Yeah. After World War II. So actually longer than that, because it was shortly after, whenever they come up with DDT and 2,4-D spraying the fields, that they got rid of that.
So it was along with the DDT. So the pesticides went alongside of making hemp illegal.
Yes.
Yeah, those pesticides are terrible.
Right. Where hemp is not needed for pesticide purpose.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, I remember seeing a post from you about how they actually used hemp to go into fields where they had tapped out the soil and essentially to use it as a crop to reestablish soil in the ground. Is that right?
Yeah, remediation is what it's called. Yeah, what it does is
Yeah, you're cutting out just a little bit. Say that word again. What was it called?
It's remediation.
Remediation of the ground using the hemp. So as we move forward from here, when we were speaking privately briefly, you were saying you thought maybe this is going to really make some waves. That Trump. You said that Trump actually confirmed he's definitely going to sign it. Is that correct, James?
Yes, he's going to sign it. Secretary Perdue that said he'll sign it Thursday or Saturday or Thursday or Friday morning, Thursday afternoon or Friday.
Thursday afternoon or Friday morning. I'm going to repeat you a little bit because you are cutting out enough that I'm not sure if the audience can hear you, but that's okay. I can hear you enough to relay the message. So I know that I saw a clip that Mitch McConnell was jokingly offering Trump to use his hemp pen,
So yeah.
So that, to me, that tells me that these guys are behind the scenes, it seems like there's got to be some underground swell of support that that's going on. You know, I mean, obviously there's a lot of common sense people all around the world, and maybe they call it the silent majority sometimes. And as you know, I don't really align myself politically, and I've never really seen you align yourself politically either. I don't consider myself a part of the whole politics wrestling game, is where I think of it like big time wrestling. But then when something good happens, like they're going to allow us to make materials and plastics and maybe hempcrete, etc. I mean, it'd be easier to make a list of things you can't make than to list off all the things that you can do with the hemp plant. So do you want to talk about that a little bit, about how you think it's going to affect big industry? Let's see, you said soy, corn, and maybe the petroleum industry.
Yeah, soy, petroleum, and also the lumber industry because of paper.
Oh yeah, that's a big deal. I didn't think of that.
Cotton industry.
Cotton too.
Pretty much what happened. A lot of the major subsidies that these seed bearers have received for a long time are gone. They're looking to place the money elsewhere into different categories that are that were more appropriate, and which is more into growing undercover. They expanded the NRCS high tunnel equip program. They expanded the organic farming grants that are available. They expanded the farm to table grants. There's a whole bunch of things that they've done that a lot of people really don't know what they did with inside it so far. There's some other miscellaneous stuff inside. There's some pork, of course, but for the most part, this is a win-win-win all the way around. And it's been a long time for the hemp, and they're actually doing it to break up this monopoly that has been taking place. With these manufacturers who not only have the seed, but also are chemical and pharmaceutical. They're all related. They're all in the same. They're all the same company. Just like I was speaking with or answered you earlier today pertaining to Venter. He has his hands within the seeds also.
Right.
And,
so that's
how long within the cannabis movement Syngenta's been bioactive within Europe. And the feminization of the seeds and taking it from a biploid to a polyploid has done.
I'm going to chime in real quick right there, James, and I'm going to let you know what I'm doing. I just realized it helps to make your mic come through clear if I mute myself. So if there's dead air, it's probably because I forgot to unmute myself. But I know that it's really. I know a lot of people love. A lot of people are. I used to be this way too. They love the idea of either medicinal smoking or eating of marijuana. I used to smoke it on the daily back in the day. I don't smoke it at all anymore. But you really opened my eyes with what you just said. The difference between you're talking about the DNA of the plant, and that originally it was diploid, meaning just two strands, and now they've gone and mutated it into polyploid. So that when you smoke it, it affects your human DNA, and so I'm going to mute my mic again. If you want, I just want people to understand that really the reason I wanted you on here was to talk about the wonderful industrial application. I'm not against smoking it, but I want people to be as aware as they can of what they might be doing to their own physiology by smoking marijuana, especially this, like you said, feminized. They've feminized the marijuana and made it polyploid. So if you want to talk about that in a little bit more detail, we'd appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's why I've been focusing all the efforts that I've had for the last few years pertaining to hemp, because with it becoming a poly, what has happened is the carbon nanotubes that are created from it, the graphene, and a lot of people don't know how far that goes. But in essence, what it's doing is altering the base of the DNA, and that's why you have the synthetic sugars, because that's what our base component is of DNA is the carbon and sugar. Well, if you change your carbon from the 666 to the 616, which is the carbon 7 in a new age, the new age carbon that they've been waiting for, the actual quote mark of the beast. Every time people get into scriptures, a lot of people don't even know that there's two marks or two numbers, 1616 and 1666. The 666 is the natural carbon. The 616 is the synthetic carbon. And once you change that, now all of a sudden CRISPR can go in and remotely edit the DNA, and they don't even have to really do anything with it. Through frequency, they can actually do the remote editing in people's RNA, which then in turn creates your DNA. So they've been doing this for a while, and that's one of the reasons why I try to get people to quit smoking, because what you're doing is you're helping to facilitate the base component of your DNA or your RNA into something that's easy to be manipulated remotely.
Wow.
And,
So you think that is it, I assume that ties into the 5G towers too, James? You're saying they'll be able to remotely edit human DNA via frequency because of the 616 carbon.
You got it.
Wow.
That's it. Because when you control the base pair, or when you're controlling the creation of the RNA, which is going to end up making your strands, and then have the hydrogen bond as they turn around and then pair up. What happens is they're able to go ahead and edit segments out and be able to create what they want. And then once they program the mRNA or the memory RNA, then what they're able to do is your DNA starts performing this feat. And that's why most people don't actually absorb the minerals today within our food, is because not only is the food not bioavailable because of we no longer have the microbes and all the other stuff within the food, in other words, to do the transference, in other words, to do the protein synthesis. So that's why people are deficient. That's why there's all these mental diseases out there, is because they're lacking in magnesium, but they can't get it from the plants because it's not biodiverse. It's not bioavailable, because in our RNA it's not readily acknowledged as being a nutrient or needed. And so then that's why the magnesium, that's why we're suffering through mineral deficiencies, and that's the cause of disease. And so
Right. So I'm gonna run over that a little bit so people understand, because some people might not be as caught up. And I mean, none of us are perfect in diet, but I've moved way closer to almost a pure vegan diet. I'm really looking at a lot of the raw food and even some of the fruitarian diets, doing a lot of studying and searching. And I know that from you, I definitely started to order the high quality magnesium and start to supplement that. I know that you also were posting about other trace minerals that are trying to think, the diatomaceous earth, and I think zeolite was another one that you said that is chelated from the body, and then we need to recoup into that. We actually need, essentially we need something like dirts and sands in our body, not just organic matter. Correct me if I'm wrong.
yeah, that's correct, because our food is devoid of silica anymore, and because you plow your fields. That's why the towers that we like to use, is because the towers actually is the best no-till system out there. And with the composting and with the earthworms, it creates the microorganisms and the bacteria is needed, in other words, to be able to be in the plant also, in other words, to help you start remetabolizing all the nutrients and minerals in there. Because if you don't have it, just like cannabis has receptors, so do the minerals need, in other words, for that receptors to take place. So if you don't have anything that can carry that as in other words, to have a receptor, in other words, to a carrier for that, then you don't have that correct protein synthesization. That's why protein is a myth, because actually it's our body metabolizing the minerals that creates the protein. So in essence, what they're doing is they're creating their proteins within us on the base components of synthetic sugars and synthetic carbon. The sugar has been for a long time. I mean, shoot, that goes all the way back to Monsanto, early 1900s. That's why Monsanto took over, or was a sugar baron. And the first synthetic sugar was made all the way back then by Monsanto.
Yeah, I think most people don't realize the company is that old. I mean, Monsanto goes literally back to the very early 1900s, and
Well, and they were head of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and Oppenheimer was was their primary physicist for quote nuclear war when it really wasn't. I'm not going to get into that, but the whole Dayton project was a whole Monsanto project. In other words, for the first quote nuclear bomb. And a lot of people don't even know they're still in charge of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission now. You know, a lot of people don't know how deep this is. They hear the name and they think all they do is just spray food. It goes way deeper than that.
yeah, it's like I said, maybe we'll get together on a long-term show and try and break that down for people. So tell us more about what you're excited about, and just to review for people who are listening, James has a company. I think you're going with Kingdome. Is the name of the company? Is it .com? Kingdome.com?
No, it's dome.com.
Say again?
But it's Kingdome Inc. is the company.
Okay, yeah. Kingdome Inc. And James is talking, when he says towers, folks, he's talking about these beautiful growing towers. They have a worm compost down the center. Myself and my girlfriend are gardeners. Jem here sitting with us is also a gardener. We're getting into the process of really starting to take control of, at least to start, our personal food supplies. And that's how that's one of the main things I fell in love with about James Freed and his wife, is that they have these dome greenhouses and fill them up with these gardening towers. And so that's when he's talking about adding silica back and not tilling the soil under, that all ties together. So how long have you been pushing this, pushing in the hemp fight, James? How long have you been involved with hemp? And tell us a little bit more about why this bill is probably pretty much good news. It seems like good news.
Well, I've been working the hemp angle for at least 5 years that I could even think of now. What is it, 2018? 7 years? Because hemp is critical for what I learned about hemp is what you do is you take everything from the only way that we're going to be able to take our power back is to keep everything local. They want us to go on a worldwide trading, but in all actuality, it's the local that we need to take control of. So if we're able to produce all the things we need to locally, that's what hemp affords everyone, is that they're going to be able to produce their papers. They're going to be able to produce clothing. They're going to be able to do things, even if it's within the city structures. But it's still going to be able to get out into the rural areas the manufacturing, because through that you could build homes, you could build. There's just about nothing that you can't use this plant for, and so when I found out about what they were doing with the cannabis, especially over in Holland and stuff like that in the Northern Europe, where it's right in Syngenta's backyard. Everyone's heard of Monsanto, but it's just recently people started hearing about Syngenta. But what most people don't know is Novartis is Syngenta in the United States, and so Novartis is.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. So Syngenta is another huge corporation. Novartis. Now, one of my old managers used to be a vice president of Novartis. Is a huge drug and plastics conglomerate. At least they used to be.
And chemical, and seed. They're all the same.
Right.
All the pharmaceuticals, all the seed companies. Dow is also a seed company. Dow also has seed, and they manufacture them and have them under different names. You have DuPont, the same thing. You have all these different seeds that come out, but they're all interrelated, and they're all pretty much using the same soup. It's just that they're doing little variants on it. In other words, to create their own little niche. But it still goes back to the same power structure that's there. Just like that one video I sent you again with Venter. He very clearly said that that Nelco is his company, and that Nelco is the one who created the timing, the timers that are put within all this medication. So in other words, you can actually receive a text from inside your body to tell you it's time for your medicine. And a lot of people think this is great, but they don't understand the whole technology behind it. And they think this is all fantastic, but Nelco is the one who did that, and they're the ones that have done that. But Nelco is Venter's company. Novartis is partner.
Yeah,
company.
let me tell everybody who Craig Venter is, because I don't think I knew who he was until, I'd heard of the Human Genome Project, but I hadn't studied Venter until you brought him up. Now, Craig Venter, to give a quick, short bio of him, he's the guy that he came out with this. This is his alleged story, his legend or whatever. Who knows what the truth is? But what they say is that he's the guy that came up with kind of a shotgun approach to get the Human Genome Project to move forward by leaps and bounds. And at first they rejected it, and then they proved it to be efficacious and moved forward that way. And he gained fame that way. And now he's most famous for being the person right now. What I've seen him in the press most for is what you just posted on Facebook earlier, which is the actual creation of microscopic synthetic life.
Yeah, Cynthia,
they call it. Okay, so go ahead from there, because so Novartis is his company too.
It's a partner company. They all are on the boards of each other's companies. There is no difference with the board members. So you have Nelco, you have Novartis, you have Dow, you have this, you have that, but they're all pretty much the same company. It's just they have different heads in front of them.
Right. So it's it's just the same as we see with NGOs and government. You can make a whole 5 dozen NGOs, but it's still the same ideology and goal orientation behind it all. And it's no different on the corporate side. So they make a whole bunch of shell companies, but there's still a center-lying ideology behind it. And in this case, we're talking about synthetic DNA, the modification of DNA up to and including being able to modify DNA with frequency via the 5G system and all that kind of stuff. And the way that they get that into you is through your diet and through other things like obviously the chemical spraying, the chemtrails. If people haven't put it together that's part of it, is that they're literally softening your interior cell membranes through these various strategies so that they can
break down your DNA,
break down and modify your DNA, even on the fly. So
I wonder what they're trying to turn us into.
Well, they're make it to where our intelligence can live through us. This isn't the first go around. And
yeah.
So basically what they want to do is they don't want to kill us, they want to perfect us. But they want population control, not in the terms that they give you like in all these conspiracies, but to actually be able to vicariously live through you.
Right, it's like your worst nightmare for demon possession, folks, if you haven't looked into it. It's not the idea that they're going to kill off 90% of the population is as James would say, that's a conspiracy. That's the ooga booga scary story. But the real story is that they're going to try and take control and allow some other sentience to live through our bodies of flesh. Correct me if I'm wrong, James.
Yeah, well, people use the scriptures as to their proof of the whole thing, and the whole parables, they get them all wrong, or like I call them parables, P-A-I-R bulls, B-U-L-L-S, because there's always two different ways to look at it.
Parables.
Yeah, and that's the dual Taurus. That's the Taurus field. It's always two bulls. They're giving you the Bible.
Right, exactly. And they always do that, and they always revert to them being put the seed. What is it? The chaff in the seed.
Right.
But the seed has no life, does it? But the chaff, it's burned up and purified. But
separate the wheat from the chaff.
Right. And so then what they do is they garner the seed, and they do what? They put it in a storehouse, never to what? To live again. And that's exactly what the parable says. So what they want to do is they want to put these seeds, and that's what they're trying to do, is trying to take control of all seed, put it out there, and then they control everything through it. And like I said, it's the population control is not as what they're talking about, going around killing everybody. it's actually controlling. And if you take a look at what Cynthia does and how it ties to carbon, you'll see why now the cannabis movement is moving, in other words, to create. See, because what it is they have to create so many different ways for them to be able to get it inside you. In other words, for it to happen. Because, see, you have to allow it within you. They can't force it within you. But you have to.
That's
what
why
happens-
if we build up ourselves with a fresh, healthy diet and mineralize our bodies, we create. I remember you described it as that you can make your own cellular structure internally into something like a Faraday cage, because you're always seeing the concept that something bad needs permission or it needs you to acquiesce. Like the vampire at the door, you have to invite them in. You have to smoke their marijuana. You have to eat their McDonald's, etc. You know, you have to breathe their toxic air. And if you instead turn around and you're diligent and defend yourself, then maybe you won't become under the control of this new system.
Right. Well, and that's the whole thing, and that's why not all are going to be succumb to it. But the thing is with Cynthia, everyone needs to look that up. Everyone needs to watch his videos and how they brag about it, and how that is controlled by a computer. They actually can program Cynthia and be able to instruct it. That's the whole biofuels that they're trying to do with algae, and that's what they're trying to do. Look what Cynthia replicates. It replicates the carbon.
Right, and it's SYNTH. For those of you that have never heard of Cynthia, and it's Syngenta is the company. Is that right?
It's Syntech, but there's many different things. But he has his name on everything. But if you just look up Venter Cynthia and then watch the two TED bragging seminars that he had, they're about 18 minutes apiece.
Right. So Craig Venter's on these TED Talks, folks, and he's bragging to you that he's essentially bragging that he's God. If you have eyes to see, he's saying, I've created synthetic life for the first time. And what James is saying is that even farther than that, they're showing you how they are already remote controlling this microscopic synthetic life. So you're saying you think that the hemp bill is maybe a step away or a step of delay of protection for us? It's hope for those of us that don't necessarily want to be under this spell?
That's exactly. That's why it's so important. That's why I've told everybody for the last, 6-7 years, my mission is 2 missions. It's to go ahead and get hemp to where we could go ahead and utilize it, and it also to grow our own food undercover. 2 most critical, important things for us right now.
Right,
and,
to grow food undercover because the natural environment isn't safe to actually, like, it's a good start to get out in your yard and grow some tomatoes or plant some stuff to eat, but the ideal growing situation is to grow undercover of these domes or in some kind of fully enclosed and contained environment, correct?
Right. Yeah, and that's why I tell people it's important either anyway. The dome is the best structure to do it, but any cover is better than nothing. But but growing in your own yard is still better than buying from the supermarket. After all, listen to the word supermarket.
Huh.
They even tell you about what you're going in. That's the market. And how do you get marks? But by eating it. You take the mark willingly.
Huh.
Yeah, the supermarket, and it
Mark.
is us. It says that we willingly receive the mark. You know, that you're given a choice, and to me that's just mind blowing to look at it that way. That you go to the market and you mark yourself.
That's it. And you can't buy or sell anything without it. Well, you're not. You're getting it.
So,
And you will willingly receive it. You go home, cook it up, go home, make a salad, eat it. You're getting it all.
Go ahead, Jim.
does this mean that the marijuana that is available for us now is grown with carbon nanotubes inside of it?
It's garbage.
Huh.
It's garbage. A lot of people didn't believe me whenever I first coming out and was telling people that they use a gun that goes ahead and takes the seed, and they can go ahead and take the seed and register that DNA, and they can remotely know by programming it within their computers on how big the plant is, how much buds on it, everything from that seed. It registers its own DNA. Now, how can they do that? That's
Wow.
why now they're going to approve seed banks. They don't get ripped off of their money, but they also that way they're able to control and know the harvest.
Yeah, I had a buddy who he went far north in the Northwest, and he had his own private strains, and he went up there, and these guys they essentially took his strains away from him and intentionally frustrated, angered, and fired him from the job that he took with one of these big grow ops. And I told him before he went, like, you're walking right into potential, it's going to be all agents and all people involved in big money and big time politics, because they didn't just coincidentally legalize recreational marijuana right against the Canadian border and all along the West Coast and then in Washington, D.C. It's because these boys are playing a great big game, and it looked to me like they took his strains away from him and ran him off.
Yeah, that's what happens. Even those strains are corrupted because they've all come from hermaphrodite plants, which is the easiest thing, in other words, to genetically alter. That's why they sold feminized seeds for years. You start seeing things feminized and coming out, and I'm telling you, there's a problem.
Huh.
Anything that comes from a hermaphrodite is not natural.
So do you think this process is going to continue into the human population, is why they're doing the whole trans thing?
It already happened. That's why people say it's in their DNA. They're not lying.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, I didn't think so. So yeah, it's not that there's a bunch of just confused people. It's that the molecular and biological structure of the human being has changed enough that we're seeing the buds of the fruit on the plant, so to speak.
Right, and if all you're doing is sending out feminized seeds, then that's what it's going to become. It's going to become a hermaphrodite. And that's the whole goddess age we're coming back to again. That's why the Y chromosome has already been through one battle. Now they're trying to destroy it totally. That's why they use the term double crossed. Now, I love women, but don't get angry at me. But that's why they use the term double crossed. That's why women are XX. Women cannot be from the beginning or the mother of all life. They can't. It just can't, because the only thing an XX can create is an X. It had to come. All life had to come from male, which actually proves the whole rib or the RNA story as to genetic manipulation.
Right, and I know that this is probably going to be, hey, if it makes you angry, folks, do a lot of studying and reading before you think that James is putting anybody down or saying anything disrespectful. He's talking about magnifying the information we have now versus the history as far back as you can trace it, and showing that we can't actually rectify the idea of a woman being first. And it's not offensive. Of course, we all love women. We all came from women. But that's different than them changing the human population first into hermaphrodite and then moving us into being the host for something that we can't prevent and that we are going to be controlled through,
Well, that's a whole new subject for another day. I shouldn't even have touched on it. But when we look at the language, too, it gives us a clue. And so language tells us everything that we need to know. And in the terms that are used, when you break it down into the simplest form, then there becomes so much logic behind it that people can't even argue. Because, see, in other words, the male determines the sex, plain and simple, of the baby. So it's the male that determines the sex. So if women came first, how did males come about? So you start asking simple questions in that manner, and so you need the Y and the X. and they always say that it was a hermaphrodite. So when they say that he was created male and female, that's right, he was. He was an XY chromosome. And then later came man and woman after the other. So you have the two distinctions between after the rib or the rib or ribonucleic acid or your RNA, or the RNA was created or messed with. In other words, to create the other one, and all it became was an XX in the chromosomes. That's why you also have the fusing of the two chromosomes. In other words, to make that quote 23andMe, because it should have been, different.
Wow. So yeah, that's I'm trying to think of how that stems back to what we started. That's so far from where we started, but so relevant.
Because it goes to the whole plant and why hemp is so important. It goes to the whole feminization of everything, and the whole marijuana. See, marijuana. That's why I didn't fight for that. As a matter of fact, I go to hemp places and I'd go to hemp things and speak, and I would bring up my PowerPoint and I'd play it out, and they would get all upset, about the whole thing, because of the fact of the matter is the whole cannabis movement was taken away. In other words, and what they did is they created this whole stigma with what was that movie?
The Reefer Madness, or a different one?
Yeah, Reefer Madness. So they knew that the kids would think it was funny, and they did it in that manner. In other words, that it's going to be cool to do that. So then what they did is they created it. They started manipulating the plant all the way back then.
Wow.
But they haven't been able to do it to hemp. And so then hemp right now, they don't have the seed for it. And so that's why it's very important for that. And also, you want to find any food seed. This is for everybody out there. Any seed that you want to get pre 2000 or 2014 and before.
Interesting.
And then grow your own, save it and share it with others.
So before 2014 is that's the. So you're saying everything after 2014 is potentially corrupted and already under this process.
Well, yeah, they've already been genetically manipulated seeds since 2014 with CRISPR, and they don't have to genetically modified.
So CRISPR,
Wow.
folks, for anyone listening to this that doesn't know, CRISPR is the gene editing process. They call it CRISPR-Cas9. That's also a Craig Venter thing, and I'm sure there's more names attached to it. But
there's.
But just so folks know, you can look at the process on the internet. They'll literally show you not CGI, but real footage of them opening up DNA, modifying the DNA, and closing it back up, just like doing surgery on a single strand of DNA.
Yeah, copy and paste. That's right. And all goes back to computers too. So it all ties in. That's why hemp is critical. That's why food's critical. Those are the two main components. Those are the two things that we need to have control of.
Wow.
Because through hemp you could get everything that you need. In other words, for it, you could get clothing, housing, everything that you need.
We can take back the manufacturing base literally, and put it all on top of hemp.
Right.
So you said it's not the first go round, and I think a lot of us have read or studied the idea that I just did a report myself in college on the idea of ancient lands like Atlantis or Mu and Hyperborea, all these myths of past fallen lands or hidden mountains, and they all stem from the same type of story that you were discussing. That that in the past they had a human host, they had true population control, not murder of the population, but control of it to live through it. And so you're saying that this isn't the first time that humanity has experienced this kind of thing, and that they're essentially trying to get back to where they used to be. And I guess I'm talking about something like invisible archons, or I know that you have discussed the Lukim, or the idea that spirits or demons or whatever you want to call them are something to do with
the Archaea. You know, that's why they're called Archaeon or Archaea. You know, and also the goo or Jew. You know, there is no Jew or Greek. It's goo, Gu.
Yeah, the goo. I've got an ancient book of herbal medicine right next to my desk, and it's actually in there. It how to fix the goo, and the goo was a problem that you used to have, and you'd have to take herbs and change your diet because it makes decision-making processes for you. And we all experience this if you've eaten cheese, if you're drinking alcohol or using drugs. Everyone's experienced that. Oh my gosh, I have to eat 5 more cookies or whatever, and that's related directly to what James is talking about here, that indecision of mind stems from these ancient beings or creatures that actually empower themselves through how we manage our diet. What you put in your mouth affects your long-term decision-making on a scale that you can't imagine.
Well, and hemp is tied to the whole breaking free, because commerce is another thing that enslaves us. So if you're able to take care of everything local, then you're going to be able to not survive but thrive through what's coming. And so that is the whole thing, and why the two missions. That's why I tell them everything else is a conspiracy, but these two things. And through these, you protect your quote temple, or your temporary L, your God. Okay? And the glands or the lands that they want are your glands. That's what's most beneficial to them. So everything that they teach us, or everything that they do, is converse to actually the way it needs to be. But hemp and what they've done with it, and how we've been able to go ahead and work to where pretty much it has. Here's the thing. Hemp now, the whole cannabis movement, you can't use banking and you can't use any of that stuff because of the fact of the whole, even still you can't, because the cannabis movement has not been made to where where you can bring banking and everything in. In other words, commerce.
It's still federally illegal.
So you're saying that despite the change that we have seen, that it's still taboo and not accepted, and no foundation has been laid for all of this so that it can be integrated into the international banking system. Am I understanding you in that?
Well, in the United States banking system, in the World Reserve. But now hemp is. You're able to go ahead and actually, in this Farm Bill, hemp is included in the crop insurance. Hemp is included in everything else. So hemp now has the ability to have regulations or within the regulatory systems that they're able to go ahead and loan money towards it. You want to if you wanted to have a toilet paper business, you couldn't do anything because it dealt with hemp. You couldn't do anything within the banking industry, but now you can.
Awesome. Okay, so that's a big point, ladies and gentlemen. That's the idea that because somebody has to be able to underwrite it, or we all know that you're not going to get off the ground. We can wish we were making houses out of hemp all we want, but if no bank is going to play ball with you, then it's not really going to happen. So now with this bill that Trump's getting ready to sign, it's going to move forward that we integrate in the hemp into the true commercial market.
Right, and the thing is with the cannabis, if you go ahead and do something and you go ahead and don't play their game and you try to circumvent it, guess what they do? They get you under the RICO Act.
Wow.
So that's what we didn't want to have applied to the hemp. So what basically happened is we come to the conclusion that the easiest way to go ahead and do that is change the legal definition to marijuana sativa L, or marijuana hemp sativa L, as opposed to cannabis sativa L. And then that way it automatically took it from a Schedule 1 drug to nothing. But soon the cannabis ones is going to come off under their classification from a Schedule 1 down to a Schedule 5. But it's still going to have regulatory commissions on it. But as long as the hemp doesn't have more than the point or the 0.03 THC, then it's just a commodity. It's just a corn, it's a soy, it's a barley, it's an oat, it's a rye, it's all the commodities that are out there. It just takes the same status.
Right, and that's the way it used to be. I mean, if you studied this, folks, most of you know, you've seen the old war videos of Hemp for Victory. You know how much hemp used to be used prior to whenever it was. I thought the law passed in 1950. I don't remember, but I know that before that it used to be that we already used hemp for everything. Henry Ford made an entire car out of hemp. So it's not like this is a brand new idea or brand new technology. We're just finally looking at like the birth of getting back to where we were before, and hopefully the birth of all of us being able to, if we're wise and we choose to start and improve the process of stepping away from the commercial system, stepping away from the industrial food system, and maybe just getting that awareness and that first step towards becoming more natural. I guess I really like to think of it being closer to nature myself.
The CDR scoring they're not even releasing on the hemp part. But from what I'm told, this is what I was told, it was $2 trillion is what revenue would be done in the first year. By the time the Farm Bill's up after the 5th year, 2023, when this one expires, that they're estimating it's going to be a $15 to $20 trillion revenue just within the United States.
Wow.
Which means that's going to turn the GDP into like an 8. And so it's going to bring back a recovery like people could never even fathom.
So James, are you saying you think that despite the, because I mean, if you follow, I don't follow the markets because I'm not invested, but I still see the news, and they're starting to just quietly ring the bell again. Hey, it looks like we might have another adjustment, which is like a little mini crash like they did in 2008. Are you saying that this potentially is going to counteract and override that, so that even if they do try and play the screwy games that they always play, that this act being passed is going to like be a buffer and a protection against it?
Well, you have to think the Dow Jones is what it consists of. And those are going to be losers. The tech, all that stuff, because that's all going to go away. Because once people realize that what we've been done is so manipulated within these tech companies, that they're going to start relying upon people locally. And it's already starting to happen. The kids are the first ones to walk away. And if it wasn't for so much importance, I wouldn't even care it to be. As a matter of fact, I've in the last 3 or 4 months have been like, why'd I even leave out there? But it's all good now. I mean, for the work that's been put in for this to get done. But I mean, now it's like, okay, what are we going to do with it? What are we going to do, people? Are we going to sit there and bitch about it, Agenda 21, or are we going to do something about it? Are you going to start getting active within your community to start doing stuff? Are you going to start doing this? Get your ass off the computer and start going and talking to people? Quit worrying about Agenda 21. You have the ability to completely destroy it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to me, that's great news. And I wasn't I've followed the Agenda 21 stuff, and people hear me talk about communitarianism because that's their own nomenclature. And it's really good news to me that we're openly seeing some pushback and some undercutting of it, like you said, so maybe the words are still on the books, but there's no longer any force behind them. They don't have the ability to finance it anymore.
Well, right, and see, the thing is what I try to tell people, there's a difference between community and communitarianism. But what they want to do is they want to bring in a socialist aspect, and then there's still that oligarchy that is in control and running things, where you have a different way which is more of a anarchist community, where even still within anarchy, there's still there's still the common law of no harm. And that doesn't mean that you could go out and do stuff. And what they portray as anarchy is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd say our audience is probably pretty hip to the true definition of anarchy, and it literally means without leader, anarch, no leader. It doesn't mean there's no rules, and
Right. It doesn't say no rules, right? It's where everybody's responsible for themselves, and no harm, no foul. So the whole thing comes down to, like I said, in other words, to make this happen, and I don't like to get into a whole bunch of this when I speak to somebody else, or if I go and talk with, whatever, if I'm in a politician type thing or whatever, I don't go into this whole part of it. All I do is just, the art of war. How do you go ahead and take over the enemy without them knowing that they're being taken over? And one of the things that was a big thing for Comer and Mitch was they were losing they lost all their tobacco crops, and people were losing their farms and everything, and they signed up for the under Obama, the whole hemp educational purposes type deal. And so then what happened is they started realizing all the industry that could be made from it, and a lot of the farmers saved their farms and actually found out how profitable it is, and they were still only selling it for a ridiculous amount to the colleges, but it was like 150 to 250 an acre. But in all actuality, you're looking at minimum, just straight off the bat, $1,500 to $3,000 as a wholesale price for the commodity itself.
Wow. So in case, I just wanted to let the audience know what you're talking about. So you're saying that the old school crops were no longer profitable. Tobacco, maybe some of the grain crops. People signed up as a buffer under the hemp for educational purposes, and they saw the beginning of a return there, but not the substantial return that's going to come now that this bill is signed. You're saying it was $1,500, and you were looking at like $3,000 wholesale once this moves forward.
Right, because what I think I posted before, what can be made off of an acre for companies that do the separation. And that's what we want to start doing, is getting more places to have the separating done, to separate the herd, the fiber, the oils, and all that stuff, because each one has its own benefit. And so what we need to do is we need to do this and have more of this, because there's so much of it being wasted now that we don't even have what's done. And just as an example, I'll lay it out there. It's very simple. Corn and soy. Just for the sake of argument, they're both about 400 and low 40 or mid 20s, 30, 40 gallons is what's created with hemp, or not with hemp, but corn and soy of oil for biofuels.
Right.
Hemp is 300. That's it. But the thing is you can actually get two crops in many locations. So you get 600 an acre. The whole thing about it is the net energy units, in other words, for the corn and soy, is a minus 2.4, which means that you have to have subsidies, in other words, to produce the fuel, the feed, all that stuff. It's a losing proposition every year. Hemp is a plus 2.7. So what that equates to money-wise is, let's say corn's at 450, 500, 600. Let's say it's a good year, 700. Okay, 700. You're not going to get any. That's a break even for the grower, but the ethanol and everything else needs to receive its subsidy, so it's still a negative. Okay, let's say the average that's been happening is about 450, 500, anywhere between 400 and 500 per acre is what you're going to make on it. With the hemp and everything else like that, now all of a sudden with the 2 harvests, you're making $3,000 to $4,000 an acre. Now no subsidies are needed. Now the farmer can go and grow everything that he wants. Now there's no toxins being sprayed, and people aren't dying of Hodgkin's lymphoma and all these other diseases, all these cancers that are being put into the water because of the toxins being sprayed. A lot of people don't. Glyphosate, it goes into your bowels and actually propagates inside there, and you become a manufacturer of that crap.
Wow.
So
That's why
glyphosate actually goes into your body, and your body starts to make it?
Yes, you become a manufacturer of it, right?
Wow.
Because where we live up here in the state of Washington, James, I'm sure you're aware, there's lots and lots of apple farming and apple orchards, and the low-income people, a lot of the times, they'll end up taking a rental out in the apple orchard, and it's just every time I've seen it, people get sick. They end up having to move out of that house because they spray all those trees and all of the irrigation and all the water, and you can't get away from it. And, obviously, we see it now. It's really prevalent now that all of a sudden everyone says, oh, I'm gluten intolerant, when the fact of the matter is you're glyphosate intolerant, and we're just in a position where you can't, your body doesn't want anything to do with that crap.
That's why all the intestinal diseases. That's why children are having intestinal cancer at rates like never seen before. Children shouldn't have, no child should have intestinal cancer.
Yeah.
Ever. They never did until just recently. It's because it's passed on, and actually the glyphosate and the BT toxin is transferred in utero. So, the parent, the mother can actually transfer it to the baby. Autism. It's more than just vaccines. It's glyphosate's within vaccines. A lot of people don't know that. Jeffrey Smith, after speaking with him when we were at that last conference last year, they did a documentary and a movie that's out now that everyone needs to watch. Because what happened is they took 90 autistic children, severely autistic, and what they did is they took them and put them on a whole plant,
Whole foods, plant-based, right?
yeah, right. And no cooking basically, except for your legumes and other things like quinoa and or whatever, rice, whatever it may be. Some of your starches, I guess. But what happened is they've had dramatic increases, in more than half of them were completely cured. And they chronicled one that was one of the worst. And he's back to being a normal boy. Because what they did is they took away the whole glyphosate toxins that short circuit the mind, because it's able to penetrate the blood-brain barrier. And
Wow. Do you know the name of the documentary? I haven't seen that one.
the guy who did, Jeffrey Smith.
Okay, look that up, folks. Jeffrey Smith. I've watched a whole bunch of these other whole foods, plant-based, and juice fast type documentaries. And if you're in the audience tonight and you're not aware, and especially if you have any kind of health problem, whether it's severe or mild, if you look into this, you can see case after case, example after example of people changing from whatever they're eating to a whole foods, plant-based, mostly raw diet, and their health and ailments essentially go away. You might need to go through a long-term detox process of anywhere from 6 months to 2 or 3 years of your body trying to offload the stuff that is hindering it. But I mean, it's real. You're talking about real miracles that you can watch in step-by-step documentaries. There's at least a dozen of them if you just look, like Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead is a really popular one. And I'm really interested to watch that one about these autistic children, because that would be really enlightening, and it sounds like a true happy ending for a change.
Well, and one thing Jeff said is that when they did the study and did this for the children, that the parents also had diseases. And what they found out by doing this, that all of a sudden, all their sicknesses went away too. And so a lot of the stuff we have today is all coming from whenever they first did the 2,4-D, the DDT, the whole spraying of the agricultural crops, because imagine this, after the war, that's when the first supermarkets came about, and they had to do what? A monoculture. In other words, to do this. And they started spraying all the way back then. So we've been inundated with this type of spray for a long time. This glyphosate and this BT toxins and all this stuff is not new, it's just modified.
Right.
And instead of that, do it, actually what happens is, like, corn isn't even classified a food until it's broken down and sent to centers, in other words, to make it a food. It's considered an insecticide.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw the same kind of thing. There was a short clip on YouTube, folks, look it up, of them talking about how they manufacture the McDonald's French fry and how it's so absolutely toxic that they keep it in containment units as big as football fields, and they have to let it gas off for like 5 or 10 days before they can even process it. This is the French fries you're getting at the local McDonald's. They're not even
They're so
potatoes
good.
anymore.
Oh.
And the thing about it is look up the process for all the corn additives. And what they have to do, in other words, to do it. They actually have to work in hazmat suits.
Wow.
So when they take the corn, they make corn syrup or maltodextrin or citric acid or any of these other things that they go and they have to separate all these different things within the corn, in other words, to make them food additives or products. There's so much corn in products that people don't really get where it's coming from. And in these processing places, Jamie and I knew somebody that worked there, and he retired from there. So when we were speaking to him about it, he understood. He says, "Yeah, I know firsthand," because he was about corn syrup, and he said, "I won't touch that. You know, we use mercury, in other words, to extract it."
Wow.
You know, so what are they putting everything? Corn syrup. So what is it? What's it? What are you getting? You're getting mercury residue.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That doesn't surprise me, but wow.
So this has been since the 50s. And I'm old, and I was born in 62, so it was even before me. So we're all polluted, you know. I mean, shoot, the synthetic sugars came about, 1908. The Bayer aspirin had the first synthetic sugar in it. You know how Bayer, Pfizer, and Monsanto all created the first swine flu. Or the Spanish flu, as they called it, but it's still the swine flu. And how they all played roles in it, because see, what happens is when that happens, that's when your body is being genetically changed and you're running a fever, in other words, to fight it off, so they give you the Bayer aspirin to stop it, so the transference takes place. That's how they were able to make sure the horizontal gene transfer was able to take place. They were able to do it in plants a long time before, and everyone called me a liar and that I didn't know what I was talking about. Then all of a sudden, about 3 years around, about 2010, 2013 or 14, people were coming out saying, "Oh yeah, we know about horizontal gene transfer," but now they're able to do it by copy and pasting instead of using phages and everything else. They're able to go ahead and bypass the old way because they've made it to where they're able to enter our cells, because we no longer have that orthosalicylic acid that should be around our cell, in other words, to protect us from all phages and everything else, in other words, bacteria to come in and to take us over, because that's what it is. It's actually literally a possession.
Right. To me, that's the most fascinating thing, is to finally get like an aha moment on, that it's not a bunch of hokum and like a Hollywood movie. It's like you said. So they use a drug to kill the fever. The process of killing the fever allows the phases and the steps of the process for you to modify the genes to happen. But now we got Venter just opening up CRISPR and copy pasting whatever they want, and then even one step farther to go to the 5G network and just open everybody in the whole city up on the monitor, however you want to look at it, and copy paste the whole population in one zap, you know?
Well, that's it. Venter said, wait till the reboot.
Wow.
He said in those videos I post all the time that people watch, I think, I don't know, but 2010 and 2012, I think, are when those came out, or maybe 2008, 2010. I've been warning people since they came out because they knew then what they could do with it, and that's why this whole frequency of 5G is coming around. A lot of people don't know that the white lines, that the paint that are on the roads are actually able to, are antennas to help send signal.
Wow.
So the signal could be sent everywhere that paint is.
White line fever.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that makes me think of this Kingsman's movie. They're showing us, like they always do. They're foreshadowing their story. I don't know if you've seen that one, James, but the first one, the whole thing is that Samuel L. Jackson is a big multi-billionaire, and he's giving everyone free phones so that he can activate and take population control. So they're telegraphing their moves as usual.
Obama phone.
Exactly, the Obama phone, and here's Samuel L. Jackson playing Obama, I guess.
It's really not funny. It's actually disgusting because they actually tell us.
It is, but I mean, well, that's the whole point of this show is kind of to bring it out, but not. I don't like to be alarmist or be overly serious, but it is very serious, folks. It's not something to laugh about, and the more you know and the more you take action, that's the key, is to take action. Change your diet, start gardening, take consideration of doing something different and not staying in the boat when it's going over the waterfall.
Yeah, that's what they're relied upon, because that's why it's called fear porn, because they know that it's addictive. So what do? Everyone says, what do the New Agers tell you? Raise your frequency, raise your frequency. Are you serious? That's part of the fight, flight, or fright. You're feeding that reptilian mind inside you. No wonder why you have thyroid problems. Because you can no longer be able to synthesize any hormones because you've run at such a high pitch. You may be 30, but your glands are 60.
Wow.
Yeah, I've offended or confused a lot of people trying to explain them, like, you want to mellow yourself down, be connected to the earth and get closer to the Schumann resonance, not increase your frequency so that, I don't know, as a musician, if you look at the way the frequency appears on the screen when you record, you don't want tall, high, completely potted out pitches. You want long, smooth, even peaks and valleys.
Well, the thing is, what you want is be at that gate, or that G8, G as in godlike, God sense. Resonate. The reason 8. There's a reason on the 8. And a long time ago, when I used to speak with Nick Begich a lot, this is 90s. Maybe, 90s. He ended up giving me some information, but then later knowing that where he stood on the whole deal and where he was at, I kind of left him and didn't care to discuss anymore, because I knew he was working with them on what needs to be done. But he disclosed a lot of things pertaining to 8, and how when our bodies get to that 8 and we resonate or reason 8 at that frequency, that's when people are able to do what they determine, or what they call the power of the spirit frequency. That's when mothers can lift cars off their kids. That's when people do superhuman things that they can never do otherwise, and that's when they get in what that zone is, what it is. And so they know that's why they have everything running at 60, 90 hertz, because they want us hurt. But that's for another time too. But the whole hemp thing ties into all of it, and this is one of the best things that I've seen come about. And I'm actually stunned, because I'm not really a political person, but by trying to get and do everything I can, I was trying to circumvent being able to go ahead and do the manufacturing by speaking with the Indian reservations and stuff like that. But then what happened is you get somebody to do it, they get other people in there, like the one in Wisconsin. They did it, and then what happened is the person who was doing it and going to be growing the hemp and everything else, they grew a bunch of cannabis inside it, and the feds flew over, seen it, and so basically they busted the whole place, so then they weren't even allowing the reservations to go ahead and do stuff. There was a whole thing on that.
So they were they weren't being genuine and forthright. They're saying, well, we're going to do it over here, and instead they're hiding their pot crop to smoke and to eat for a high or whatever, and screwed the whole thing up.
Yeah, and anything that you have to heat, you're losing the principles of the plant anyway. So by vaping it, by heating it, by smoking it, by cooking it, any of those avenues, it ruins everything within it.
All right. Yeah. Even when I dehydrate stuff at my house, we run our dehydrator on like 97 degrees, and let it run for a long time so that we keep that bioavailability. Because if you cook it, then it's not really bioavailable if you cook it. But if you do it at a really low temperature for a long time, you can reconstitute it, and it's still it's gone dormant. It's almost like putting it into a hibernation state.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and so that's the whole crux of it all is they brought it back, and everybody wants to do it through heating, whether it's through grain alcohol in a rice cooker, creating an oil, a can of butter, cooking brownies, doing this, doing that. But no matter what you're doing, you're changing it. And guess what receptor stays alive through that time?
What's that?
The one for the mind. So what is it carrying? Because they all become carriers.
Wow, man, I really appreciate you coming, James. We've been going about an hour and 10 minutes. I'm not trying to keep you up late. I'd love to continue this conversation sometimes. Everybody go check out, if you just go on YouTube, if you want more information, there's 3 interviews by Sean Carrion is his name. If you just type James Freed, I think it's garden, or the main one that pops up is about your domes and your gardening and the towers. But there's 2 other interviews that are really good, and
Under the Dome.
Yeah, that's it.
There's actually 4 of them. There's Communities Under the Dome. There's Etymology. There's the Con and the Constitution, and there is I can't remember the other one. There's 4 of them though.
Yeah, I'll edit this after we publish this episode, and I'll go drop those links in the description. Is there anything else you wanted to say, James?
Yeah, that's glad that was able to shed some light as to what's been happening and what's going on, and how this is really a good thing, and now people need to get off basically their ass and start doing something instead of posting 10,000 posts a day, worrying about all this other crap. And worrying about all this death, destruction, and start making life. Do something to make it better,
Hear, brother. Hear. Yes. Amen. I agree, and I encourage everyone to take a first step now, doing the tiny things and little, to start is the key. So I really appreciate you coming, James, and I'll correspond with you after the show, or maybe tomorrow since it's late over there, and we'll follow up and see about maybe doing something like this again in the next few weeks or something like that.
Great, yeah, because we're going to be now this is out. I got to I couldn't finish the incorporation for the company, or the what's that called for the company? The mission statement, for the company. But we're going to probably be putting stocks out to have people, if they want to do something or feel like doing something to help out or what have you. We're going to be doing that and seeing where it goes. I don't think I'm going to take a public offering. I'm just going to do a private offering, and then go from there. But there's an excellent opportunity, ground floor all the way around, and early in, early out, and so we'll see. But I had to wait until it was actually signed before I could go ahead and do this. But I do know that it will become the hemp part will become. There's different dates that things will become active, and I just want to reiterate: within the Farm Bill, they have increased the EQIP program for high tunnels and domes. Our dome classifies as a high tunnel, and it takes a while to get. But if people would have done this a year and a half, 2 years ago, they could have had one by now. This little recovery that we're going to go through right now is the time to go ahead and start preparing for what's to come. Derivatives are all due in November of 2020, November 11th, 2020. So we all hear about the derivative bubble. Well, we'll see what happens. But so they moved it from 2017, I think it was. I can't remember when it was. But
yeah, it was 17, and they moved it to 2020.
Yeah, and so now it's at 2020 and all the derivatives, and that's 1.5 quadrillion. That was back in 2015 when I knew the first date of that. It was 1.5 quadrillion. So I don't know what the derivatives are now. Probably four quadrillion, probably.
Yeah, it's a number so large we literally can't fathom it. But yeah.
But this is the time. Start taking initiative and start doing it. That's the whole thing is, that like the Nike thing, just do it. They keep telling us, but we don't. So,
yeah, I think it's time to start, folks, to just do it. And the other thing I've heard you say a lot of the time, James, is be the change you want to see in the world. And I've been really applying myself to that, and it works. It feels good, and you get a level of comfort and stillness in your soul from taking action and seeing results. So thanks a ton for coming and joining us tonight, James, and I will follow up with you about everything we talked about in private. So
Yeah, thank you so much.
yeah, thank you. Hey, when you start changing and eating properly, you start gaining control of your thought. You don't become subject to what's inside you as to doing your thinking. Because a lot of the things that we've done in the past, like drinking, creates spirits. That's why they call it spirits. So we have to go through that fasting, in other words, for that cleanse. And the only way to do it is to prepare the ark or the archer, like the old, like in the time of Noah, prepare your ark. Many creatures live in us, but we got to contain the creatures that are within. That's why you need them by 2s and by 7s. That goes into a whole another different story, because the ark is also created, or in the fashion, if you look at it, it meets our whole cellular and DNA structure as to the definition or as to the description. Just like Solomon's temple and all the temples go to cellular structure and genetic things like this. Solomon's temple is a mitochondrial DNA. So when you start looking at this whole thing, you start taking a look. The first thing paramount, in other words, to start seeing things differently, hearing things differently, being able to take action is by food. If you keep doing what you're doing, then you're going to keep listening to what's inside of you and won't be able to move any further because you are spellbound. So that's it.
Yep, there it is, folks. Thank you very much, James. I'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Wow.
That
So
was
there's your update on the hemp bill that just passed inside of the farm legislature, folks. And I didn't think it would go that far and that long, but I'm glad it did. I'm glad to be a part of helping someone as far out and as articulate as James Freed to get his ideas out there. You know, you don't have to agree with every single thing. If anything, it should inspire you to really hunker down and take a close look at yourself and see what you can verify, what vibes with you, because we all can stand to make some change. We all can stand to improve and become a strong community of people. And so I'm stoked right now. I'm pretty excited. I need to look at my private messages and see what we can do about getting Tracy in here and talk to her, see if she was listening. And I think I'm probably gonna throw the music back on and maybe take a short break, folks, and then we're gonna read through the chat. And I need a second, man. I don't know what to think. That was awesome, and I'm stoked. So I'm gonna pull up I think I'm just gonna put Adam Lohr's music back on here for a minute and give me 5, and then we'll field some of your questions from the chat if you had any input, and we'll definitely, if Tracy's still nearby and wants to jump in and discuss this with us, I would love to do that. So I'll be right back, folks. I'm looking for some. Oh, of course the YouTube's going slow. But yeah, wow, man, my mind is blown. So let's see. Let me type in. Oh, like I said earlier, the music we play at the beginning is Adam Lohr, and he's my brother, and he's a comic artist. Please support and subscribe to and like and comment on Adam's stuff. And if you type Essential Adam Lohr playlist on my YouTube page, there's a list of the specific songs that I added all into, like, I don't know, there's 20 or 30 of them or whatever. And I think I'm actually going to scroll down here a little bit to, oh, there it is. Grab some of these. I just feel like I need to hit the bathroom and take a break, check the messages. So let's listen to Adam Lohr again here for a minute. I wonder if Regular Girl in a Pipe is on here. Is it coming? Oh, the sound bar's not on.
Oh, oops.
All right, here comes some Adam Lohr. There it is. All right, thanks, folks. We won't be long, maybe 5 minutes. We'll be right back to see what we can do. Thank you.
Wow, that was really informative. James Freed. Crazy, that stuff about DNA. And weed changing our DNA? That was nuts. Yes, 8-bit bathroom music. So Jules 454 said that movie they were talking about is called Secret Ingredients. Unless that's what we were talking about in the chat here. Yeah, Gypsy Hustle, this is our MK Ultra triggering music. Yeah, seriously, it's gonna be crazy going from James Freed to Tracy Twyman, all in one stream. We are looking forward to you coming on here, Tracy. Is she replying? Yeah, I think she's ready. She's got. Tracy has some interesting things to talk about. I I think.
So hungry, that was so exciting, and I'm looking at my burrito like, what is there, demons in there?
Demons in the burrito. You gotta be careful.
No, there's no meat in
So, I found it really crazy, the stuff about DNA in weed, and that instead of being, what was it called, monostrand to polystrand?
It's duploid to polyploid.
Duploid to polyploid.
And we can pop that up and look at it here in a minute.
Oh, Tracy says she's ready. Come on here. Awesome, Tracy. I think we'll kill the music here in 1 second and start talking about that interesting stuff that you found. Is the Earth flat or a spinning water ball?
Mario.
It's really hard to tell from way down here.
I can feel it spinning from here.
Yeah, the Earth definitely spins sometimes. It could just be me. Gypsy Hustle's afraid he's gonna murder somebody while reading Catcher in the Rye with this MK triggering music we're playing.
Mario Payne, please come over to play.
Just remember, Gypsy, if you're listening to Adam Lore reading Catcher in the Rye, and all of a sudden you go blank and you go murder someone, it's the right thing to do because that's what they want you to do. Just ask Sirhan, he'll tell you.
Yes, Sirhan. Adam Lore said this song is by Floyd, the Phenomenal Cat Trophy.
Oh, so this isn't an original Adam Lore. Cool. I didn't know. This song gets stuck in my head so hard. I am going to include a disclaimer about Adam Lore's music. If you start listening to Adam Lore, you'll never get it out of your head again. Ever.
Yeah.
So,
Definitely a liability.
so let's see. I'm going to go ahead and fade us back. Hi, everybody. My name's SB. This is Jim.
Hi, everybody.
I'm still like under a euphoric high of that conversation. I want to apologize to Tracy for the delay. I really thought we'd probably go shorter, but I can't say I'm dissatisfied with the result. That's something we can pour back over and really take a look at in the future. So I'm going to the Hangout here. Oh, we're gonna have to drop a new Hangout link. That's just it.
Oh, we do? Okay, yeah, we better then.
So I'm getting a new link right now, and I'll drop it in the Twitter chat. Should I take my shirt off, Jim?
No.
Pull up Big Damascus.
Dropping the link.
Trying to get to the Twitter DMs.
All right. Mr. SB and his.
It's not. There we go. You can do it.
Please stand by. As they say, please stand by.
All right, what's going on here? Hello. Oh, give me the thing. Give it to me.
And here it goes. There you go.
No,
You gotta hit the send button, right?
Oh, there it is. Thank you. I didn't see it. This thing's just hanging. I wonder if it's because your processor isn't very fast.
Yeah, maybe it's a Ethernet card.
All right, folks. This song's called A Million Times, but I'm gonna kill it. I'm killing it.
We could lead in with the Frazzle Drip vid.
Yeah, I need to make sure I can get his shared media ready here. Oh, what's that saying? Sign in. Didn't boot us. Did it?
Scene.
We're still logged in here, aren't we? You still got a feed, don't you?
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh my gosh, I'm fat, you guys. All right. So I need to go over here.
So Love777
Go
is
to
Tracy fan. LUVCK777.
LUVCK.
LUVCK777.
Love?
Love Tracy fan right here is what Love says. And then
Well, we're trying to get her on this very moment, Love.
Urania235.
Ooh,
says,
Urania.
"Thank
I
you."
like that name a lot. So, trying to make sure that we've got the Hangout set up right. Can you confirm this thing is just lagging, folks. It's just lagging. Yeah, that's what I'll do, Tracy. Exactly that. I'll see if I can get this. Get your video up. Let's open a new one of these and go over here. We need to go to.
Turn on the shared commentary, you think?
What's wrong here? Is that no? What we want? Yeah, you're right. Shared commentary. And once Tracy's in the call, she should be here with us. And so. Mario Paint, please come over. Mario Paint. Happy Dipper. Yeah, I've been meaning to learn that one, thinking it was an Adam song, but I can still learn it anyway because it's awesome.
So Tracy says she's in the call with us as far as she can tell.
Okay, we'll be able to check to make sure what's muted and what's not. And man, this computer is kind of slow, ain't it?
Aye.
Okay, so oh, there she is. All right, I see you.
Hey.
The sound bar turned off or something right there?
Soundbar is on.
Okay. Oh, yep.
Hi.
Oh, there she is. All right.
Yay.
We can definitely hear you.
Okay.
Cool. And
Do I need to turn anything down on my end?
No, if anything, it sounds like you could turn it up just a little bit if you wanted to.
We can.
Okay.
So, and I was going to try and find your Frazzle Drip video.
Now, how's this? Does that make any difference? No, it doesn't, does it?
That sounds good. And of course, in the audience, please let us know. I mean, we're just talking about being able to hear each other, but where it's going out to you and how it sounds, we always want input from the chat. We've gotten a lot of comments after episodes saying that, you know, this is loud or this is quiet, and we are eventually going to buy a digital mixing board. But until that time, we really want your guys' input so that we can provide you at least the most reasonable quality of sound. You know, we can't be perfect yet, but you know. What kind of mic are you using, Tracy?
Oh, it's let's see. That's probably really annoying here. I can't really tell what you would call it. It's just something that I think I bought it a while ago for $20, and it has a USB input.
Cool. Yeah.
And say what?
The one that we have that's booming the whole room is like that too. That's why we bought it, because it's a USB input.
Yeah, it's not my favorite actually. I mean, or I want something else, I guess. It's okay though. I guess it's adequate.
And oh yeah, I was gonna so I've got your video, your frazzle drip video, trying to load up here. It's going kind of slow, but it should be popping. We did go ahead and increase. Jim had him come and put a new everything in, so we have a faster connection. And I am seeing it being a little bit more receptive, but I think this computer is still like, you're hurting me. You know, I think the PC is, or the Mac is a little unhappy.
I am generally pushing the limits of my own in technology here too. You know, it's this setup is not really proper for like doing the gigantic video projects I'm doing and stuff. It's not even really. I don't even think I have a video card. I don't. You know, my sound card is all messed up, as we've been discussing, and like this microphone. If I try to talk over other sounds that I'm trying to play for people, it just, you know, they just mesh together. You can't separate the sounds at all because it's taking it as a part of the system audio, you know. So anyway, this whole thing is like, I'm trying to do too much with it, I think.
I think we all are, and hopefully as we move forward, we'll start to be able to, you know, like I said earlier, we got our first donation, and we really appreciate that from Karami. And if we can, as a group, all increase that, we can start to apply the funds to really increasing production values. You know, I really look forward to that chance.
Oh, hey everybody! One more time. This is Tracy Twyman.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, I'm Tracy Twyman, and our plan was to talk about frazzle drip, and also recently Tracy did another amazing thing. She's kind of getting a reputation for finding ancient documents and finding some way to bring them into the English language and talk about them. So that's really good news and exciting.
Well, I can only take a little bit of credit here. I mean, I helped with the editing and stuff, and it's on my website. But this really was just gifted to me. I mean, I wasn't thinking it was coming at all, and then all of a sudden, someone just said, "Hey, I did this, and have a look at it, and you can do what you want with it." And so, yes, I'll tell you guys all about it when we're ready here.
Yeah, I'm trying to. For those of you that don't know, Frazzle Drip is the name of a video that's related to the Pizzagate and pedophilia conspiracy, and the allegation behind it is that now, fear not, this is not the actual video described. This is Tracy's. This is something Tracy just posted, but the real video Frazzle Drip is allegedly like a snuff film of, I think it's supposed to be Hillary Clinton and Huma, what's her name? Abedin, is that her name?
Huma Abedin.
Abedin.
Yeah.
And supposedly they're like raping and torturing some child and cutting off its face and wearing it like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something like that. And boy, it just is hanging and hanging. It doesn't want to load up. I'm gonna close this and see if
it's a good idea.
See if it'll.
I think we'll have to give up on that, yeah.
But yeah, so
well, I can tell you what was in it.
Yeah, well, let me give a little bit more backstory first, because I want people to be able to go. I'll drop the C-SPAN link. Tracy found a link on C-SPAN of some senator. I don't remember his name. But he's grilling the Google CEO about censorship and policies and what kind of stuff people are posting, and he's talking about Pizzagate, and he actually asks, "Do you know what Frazzle Drip is?" Which is that's kind of what led us to this path.
Yeah, we ought to look up the trending words for the day and see if Frazzle Drip is part of it now, because apparently he was saying the guy who was you know, giving this leading question to this dude at Google. And what was his name anyway? I have it right here. He was, Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland. And so he has the Google exec there, and he wants to tell him about this Washington Post article, but it's about Frazzle Drip, about, the urban legend of Frazzle Drip, what you were just describing, that there's a snuff film that was found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. And this came into public awareness of this rumor, at least, I think about maybe a year and a half ago. I think it was this guy that was like an FBI informant or something on the Alex Jones show. I'm going to look it up here, but anyway, this guy said that this video was on Weiner's laptop, and that the NYPD had it, and they were trying to figure out what to do with it, and then the FBI confiscated it from them, and then a whole bunch of people decided to retire all of a sudden from the NYPD. So if you were to believe it, then it's like, this is just, for one thing, one of the most horrible videos that anyone has ever seen. And it, according to the story, severely affected the people in the NYPD who saw it. And, this is an interesting detail. Supposedly it was inside of a folder on Weiner's laptop that was called insurance.
Oh, yeah?
So the idea is that, he was keeping this around in case he needed to defend himself, and in case he needed to make a plea deal, maybe,
Yeah.
And, incriminate his wife, or now ex-wife, and her employer with this stuff. And so I've heard two versions of where this took place. So the grainy videos that the Washington Post article describes being on YouTube, you don't see anything. And sometimes it maybe looks like there is a pool table, or what do you call it? A ping pong table, excuse me. But you don't really, I have not yet seen any video that has anyone's faces or anything distinguishable at all. And I haven't really gone like looking for the hard stuff, I looked on YouTube to see what was there, but I'm not going to like go into any other places where I might see something that I'm not allowed to see, because as we've discussed, you can't just investigate this and come across the evidence without getting in trouble yourself.
Well, I mean, that's the joke on the internet anyway. Like, oh, this is a risky click, right? And you see people say that. Well, you don't want to take the riskiest click ever.
It gets frustrating too, because sometimes when you're trying to share information, and it's about disturbing stuff, but you're not sharing anything illegal. You're sharing information about other people doing illegal things. But people are so timid now that it just takes one jerk in a forum saying, "Oh, you don't want to click on that. You should be careful about that one," and then everyone will just back away. And so I've had that happen in the past. But anyway, I have not seen anything of this video that convinced me it was real. But it's really interesting to see how the topic is being treated, And I have my own theory about why it's coming out, because a lot of people think that it's just like with Pizzagate. It's like, let's bring out the most lurid and salacious stories and also make them look ridiculous, and then just say it's dangerous to spread lies like that. And it's just kind of another excuse to censor people, which is exactly what this representative in Congress was hinting at. He was basically grilling this Google exec saying, "What are you doing about Frazzle Drip?" As
Right.
if like he needs to stop people from talking about it. And it's you could just pick any other topic. It's just completely arbitrary. Like, what are you doing about, anything else he doesn't believe in, any other theory that he thinks is incorrect? Well, why would this guy have to do anything about it? But what's super funny too is like they feel that they have to respond to this kind of pressure, and they say, "Well, we're working on it." What are you working on exactly? You know?
Yeah, the whole video is it's super cringy because here you've got the main guy from Google, and he's giving like the total crappy manager answer when the executives come in from out of town from headquarters to the smaller part of the syndicate, and they're like, "What are you doing about this stuff? We got problems over here." Like, well, we're aware of it and we're looking into it, and we've definitely heard about it, and we're seeing what we can do, and that's like, to me, that's the worst answer. He should be able to tell him, "No, we're not going to do that." People can speculate about whatever they want to speculate about. It's not danger. But
Exactly.
they won't do that.
Why is this even a topic of debate? It's amazing to me. But there was this other guy that's been quoted today, who's a representative in California. I'll just read the headline here. Representative Ted Lieu of California. I would love to be able to regulate the content of speech, but the First Amendment won't allow me. Well,
That's terrible. That's terrible.
like, why? He should have been embarrassed to say that, and I don't know if he's getting a backlash or if he's responding to the backlash. But yeah, I mean, that's the sort of thing that a few years ago you wouldn't be caught dead saying, not only as a politician but just as a intelligent person.
Just as an American, especially when we've all been like, it made me think just now, Tracy, of the Norman Rockwell painting of everyone's in the town hall. And here's the diverse community in the audience, and there's the man standing with his hat in his hand, and he's speaking out and airing his opposing opinion to whatever's being said in the city hall meeting or whatever. And that's what we've all been taught our whole lives, that this is the way it's supposed to work. You're allowed to speak truth to power, even if it's an unpopular or controversial opinion. And that guy in California apparently thinks just the opposite. Like, well, I sure wish I had a little bit more power and I could just silence all these people like it was like in the internment camps in Russia or like communist China or something,
Yeah, as though there's a law against spreading urban legends. Like, what if I told you that, the whole story about the people, waking up in the tub with the ice and their organs are missing and there's a note on the wall. Well, it's an urban legend. There are organ harvesters. It's based on some, smidgen of reality. So what? What if I put famous people in that story and told that story? Do you know how many creepypastas there are on YouTube? People make up stories, and they put them out there, and they don't always tell you, this is fictional, or, here's where the fiction is, and here's the stuff I made up, and here's what's true. It's up to them to decide if they want to do that. The content creators.
Yeah,
and this is the
that's
thing about
the whole
YouTube. It's
thing
like
on the internet, right? I mean, that's what half of these people are doing to entertain themselves on both sides. Not just the people making up exaggerated stories, but all of us reading or clicking. Like, it's one of my most favorite things to do is to watch videos on Facebook and decide if I think it's staged or organic.
Yeah. So I don't know what they think the future of their company is going to be, because as we've discussed so many times, it's like they don't care about the content creators who are making all the free stuff for them that they're making supposedly money off of. I'm not sure I believe that, though. And then they don't care about the viewers, what people are there to see. I mean, why are there any other companies like this in history before modern times? This is not the way media companies were run before. It's very strange now that, like, there's none of the traditional business motivations are there for Google or Facebook. They're more just trying to comply with government pressure to censor and nudge people's opinions one way or another, and then there's no thought at all about the market. in the audience and what they want. It's just, we're in a different world entirely, you know?
Yeah, and that makes me think of something that most people probably haven't heard about, but I want to bring it up, especially for you specifically, Tracy. There's a guy, his name's Bronco Malic, and I'll be real short about it. He's talking about where the true origin of conspiracy theories as we know them came from, and it's a guy named Augustin.
You mean that term?
Well, no, it's farther back than that. Like where the idea of a global or an overarching universal conspiracy came from, and it's like before the French Revolution. Like it comes from the Jacobins, and the guy's name was Augustin Barruel, and Augustin Barruel wrote a book all about the origin of the conspiracies, and what he said was the way that they got it popularized was to publish. You know, they had to use print. But they would make all these prints, publications, and pamphlets, and it would look like they were trying to sell newspapers or sell magazines, but really what they were doing was trying to influence the mass populace, and that they knew they were losing their ass trying to sell these things, but they weren't trying to sell them for a profit. They were trying to inoculate everyone's minds with the ideas of Enlightenment thinking, you know, and that at the time that's what it was the Enlightenment. The idea of Enlightenment as we know it now was the conspiracy, you know, so that it makes me think the same thing. That's how it makes sense to me. Why would Google and YouTube and all these companies appear to intentionally lose their ass? Because the real thing they're trying to do is get us to change the way we think, and they don't really care about making money. They're trying to change the way that we think.
Yeah, so I wonder how, maybe it's been going on this whole time, you know,
Right.
and I've wondered this whole time how well advertising works, and you know how well it brings in revenue for a company. So I wondered if maybe they're all just state subsidized mouthpieces, and they always have been, and that's why you can't compete with them, and that's why when you try to start, you know, independent enterprises, it's very difficult to make a profit, not just because you're competing against the big guys, but also there was never any profit to be made in the first place. It's not a profitable venture, you know, per se, compared to other industries. So, yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if it's all of the big media is really just entirely propaganda, and there's advertising, and most of it is hidden in the articles and the news pieces too. I mean, if you look at, you know, what's printed and what's produced for news content, and also op-eds, it's almost always, when you look at it, you realize, oh, this is an advertisement for this product, or they're trying to sell you an idea that the state wants people to get into for some reason.
Yeah,
So,
it started back with, like, we started seeing way back in the day, like a lot more product placement. Like it makes me think of what's it, Wayne and Garth, that's the cliche movie, you know, Wayne's World, where they made it really over the top and stupid with their product placement ads.
yes.
You know, but because it was funny, right? But I mean, that they were kind of tipping their hat, like, okay. But now we see it like there's laws that tell you how you have to run a print ad, and you have to put a little tiny kind of grayish notification that says this is an advertisement, because really it's identical to an article. And it used to be that law wasn't in place, and they could just publish a completely paid ad that reads no differently, folks, than an article. And so, you know, they made the law so that if you look real close, you can see, oh, hey, this is actually an ad. And they call it infotainment, you know, I've heard that term. And they call it a magalog is another term. Like, instead of a magazine and a catalog separately, it's all together. You know, it's a magalog. You know, this is an advertising term, you know.
Yeah, I think if they ever have an article that says, oh, you know, this is a trend and this is what people are getting into now, it's always just, this is what we're trying to sell you now.
Yeah,
or
if you go
want to
install
that
AdBlock, the trending goes away. No shit. Like the Facebook trends, half of them vanish if I have my AdBlock on.
Yes. Well, a good example, I think, is like the whole thing about robot brothels. I mean, I don't believe that. It's not that I don't believe it exists, but it's like I don't believe this is the thing that everybody's getting into. Because I've never met anybody who's
dying for a
be
robot
that excited
prostitute.
about it, who would have the money to do that, and then who would admit it. You know, someone who has all three of those. No, I don't know anybody like that.
Right.
But
it's not that people are into it, it's that they're getting us into it. They want people to think about like, well, geez, that's a lot safer. She won't have VD or he won't, and there's no way to get him pregnant, and you can always reboot the hard drive or.
Yeah.
But what about the cleaning? That's the problem. I don't. Have they thought about that?
I'm sure they've
In a
thought about it.
brothel where other people have been there before. I mean, you know what it's like in hotel rooms. They don't even change the sheets. So.
Did you change
Or
the
sometimes they
vagina
change
on
the
that
sheets, but they never
prostitute?
change the top. What?
I said, did you swap out the vagina on that prostitute from the last room? I forgot.
I've seen like long before there were robots. I saw a video that was on one of these cable channels. It was about guys who are into their super realistic dolls, and they showed it being cleaned. And it really traumatized me.
Yeah,
I mean, I was in my
would-
20s, and I've still not gotten over that.
Oh, my girlfriend posted this link on Facebook, Tracy. I don't know if you saw it, but she found like there's people making molds of people's buttholes and then making them into chocolate.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
I've seen
and
it.
so me being the idiot that I am, I click on the little video that goes with it, and it shows this girl like there's a guy like he's dressed like a surgeon, like he's got a hairnet and gloves and a blue smock on, and he's talking this girl through the process, and it's like, oh my gosh, what is going on? Like what does the world become where you're on Facebook? I mean, it's not indecent. Technically, it's not indecent, but so. And the comments are just hilarious, of course, But it's like, what the hell?
But returning to Frazzle Drip, I wanted to throw this out there before I forget that I think there's a reason why it's being interjected now, and it's not just to make everybody ashamed of talking about it or anything related to that. It's a very Hillary Clinton style tactic, which is to put something out there like that to make people think this is what they do. And it's like she's not just the same reason she's not ashamed of the, Clinton body count articles and videos that are out there. She wants everybody to know that, you don't fuck with me. And to think about like their kids disappearing and something like that happening to them.
Right.
So I think, she's going to put this out there as a threat, basically, but also at the same time say, "Oh, you're not allowed to say that about me," but you can't get it out of your head because you've had this very graphic image painted for you of someone getting their face cut off. And there's some details I don't think we mentioned. So one of the videos, one of the alleged versions of Frazzle Drip supposedly is taking place at Comet Ping Pong. And then there's another version of the story that says, no, this was all shot at Epstein's Island.
Ooh, okay.
And that's the original version of the story I heard from the guy that was on Alex Jones that was like an FBI dude. So I don't know. To me, that seems more believable than, because the pizza thing, it's like, I think they were indicating that it was shot after the scandal has erupted. So I don't think she's going to go back there and do it at the pizza shop after everybody already knows about it. But
yeah, that might be a bridge too far,
But as far as the idea that Wiener might have had some surveillance footage, and actually, here's the impression I got when I first heard the story, was like that Huma had taken this video and Huma had smuggled it to Wiener and said, "Hey, if you ever need this, or something like that."
Right, because that's his wife or his ex-wife now, right?
Yeah, they're exes now. and that you could tell it's just like with Bill and Hillary that there's some kind of arrangement that they have, those two.
Well, you don't think they're madly in love
Wiener.
with each other, Tracy?
It's just there's a movie that they made about it. Did you ever see Wiener?
No. What?
There's a documentary called Wiener. I couldn't believe they made it. Okay, I couldn't believe
Like a
Huma
real
allowed
movie, like
this.
a Hollywood production?
It was at the Cannes Festival and stuff
Oh
like
my
that.
God,
It was
no,
a
I
pretty
didn't know
professional
that.
production, and yeah, so they let a documentary filmmaker follow him around, and consequently also Huma during his, comeback attempt, if you recall, and in the middle of the comeback attempt, that's when the second wave of scandal hits, and he actually had
like
to come
it's
out
all
and say
staged, completely
Huh?
staged.
What?
It sounds like it's all like it's not staged like they're following a script, but like they know for sure this guy is not going to be able to resist his passions and continue to be a pervert. So they throw a film crew on him and just wait him out until it happens again.
Yes, and they showed what was supposedly, Huma's legitimate reaction when, they showed her putting all this effort into his campaign, which is weird in itself. And she seems like frustrated and annoyed with him the whole time, like she just can't stand this dude, but she's helping him with his campaign anyway. And then right towards the end of the film, the next scandal erupts, and like he comes out, maybe a day after it hits the newspapers and says, "Well, gee whiz, I'm really embarrassed about this, but I won't do it again." And he's still running, and like, the people, in the press conference are like, "But this happened like a few days ago." And
That's what you said
like,
last
you
time.
sent this tweet a few days ago. Like, yeah, but I've changed, is what he said. He's like, I know, and I'm really embarrassed, but it's not gonna happen again. And they showed Huma, just being supposedly totally humiliated, and it's like, why did they allow this camera crew in there? So you're right, it seems staged, and I don't know what the point is exactly, but they have a weird relationship, and if there's any truth to any of what's been presented, then maybe I can see that Huma is the one who had the file with the insurance, because you got to imagine she's like totally incriminated with all sorts of stuff, and
That's the only
way
reason she'd still be there, right? Like, why else would you continue to help this guy? You would want to cut him out of your life, get as far away from him as you can, like shamefully afraid and secluded. And what else could possibly motivate her other than the fear that they're going to dump dirt on her? I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine what else would make you do it.
And why wouldn't Hillary have said, like, you need to get this guy, so far away from you? And why, normally you would think that's something that she would be really adamant about, because I don't know. It seemed like, she knew she was about to run again, so
Yeah.
this really reflected poorly on her, but they all let it happen because they're all incriminated together in something. They all have evidence on each other, and they're all like watching each other carefully to see what the next move is going to be and whether they need to be the first one to rat the others out or what,
Yeah, they call it mutual complicity, right? I mean, that's it. Mutual complicity is the idea that it's like when you get jumped into a gang and the other gang members make you go do something, they make you do a drive-by shooting, or they make you be the lead point guy on a robbery or something, so that you're all into the same depth of crime, so that no one can be the one with a clean nose who goes and tries to rat or make themselves look good.
Yeah. So if something such as what's described here exists, then I don't know what they're ever going to do with it. So far the reaction supposedly has been, this is just the worst kryptonite ever, and nobody wants to deal with it. And yet the story is out there. Now, I think there's a lot of interesting elements to the story itself, and one of which is that it greatly resembles this cartoon that was made by Adult Swim a couple of years ago. Do you know about this?
No.
Okay, so do you ever watch Rick and Morty, or are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar with it. I mean, I've watched a little bit here and there, but not, I know some people are pretty much addicted to Rick and Morty like it's heroin, but I've seen enough of it to know what it's about.
Okay, so there's a character that I guess has appeared maybe twice on this show called Mr. Jellybean or King Jellybean. In one of the episodes, he was king. All right. And in both of those episodes, he was a violent pedophile and child murderer. But there's an earlier reference to Mr. Jellybean from an earlier cartoon that was made by one of the guys that's involved with Rick and Morty. And his name was, I believe, Dan Hartman.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that the guy from Disney? From Nickelodeon?
Nickelodeon, really?
No, maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Anyway, go ahead, please.
I'd love to be able to read you the article that there's an article, the Minnie's Moose essay. There's a section of it that's about Frazzle Drip and some of the connections here, and I can't get into it right now because my website's kind of messed up. So
is it
I'm kicking my own
inside
butt
the
about
Plus
it.
Ultra, or is it just on the regular part?
Yeah, it's protected, which is why it's all messed up right now. It'll be fixed tomorrow, but
I'll see if I can get in there. I've got an image of a meme that somebody made of King Jellybean trying to feel Morty up in the men's restroom. It looks like up on the screen here. So,
but the key thing is that the earlier cartoon by Hartman that has Mr. Jellybean in it was called Unbelievable Tales, okay? And it shows Mr. Jellybean kidnapping two little boys and doing this to them, where he ties them up and then cuts the skin of the face off of one and puts it on his own face as a mask. And then the other one is there, staring at that, wondering what's going to happen to him. And then you sort of see the knife going towards his eyeball. And it's this Dan Hartman guy has done a lot of these types of videos where it's all about like killing and raping babies or something like that. He's had a couple of specifically that as the theme pieces that he's done. And the flavor of it, it's not even like Rick and Morty, it's like, it's just a really creepy vibe. You wonder what the punchline is exactly, even though, it's weird, I guess, and extreme, and that's sometimes good enough, I guess, for a laugh on Adult Swim. But the context of these videos is there's just something awkward about it. Now, when you look at the one called Unbelievable Tales that I just described, with Jellybean ripping the face off of the kid, the title is kind of telling, I think, okay? Because it says Unbelievable Tales, exactly what you would tell a kid who's been traumatized by witnessing this. If they live through it and are set free into the world afterwards, you'd say, hey, don't tell anyone, and even if you do, no one's going to believe you. Right?
Yeah.
So this is what
it's also a double entendre for like really good piece of ass.
Oh, okay.
That's what, when you said it and I laughed, that's what I thought, like,
I didn't think about that.
Oh man, that's an unbelievable piece of tail right there.
Okay. And then the Frazzle thing. Okay, I've been thinking about this. Like, is there a code, and why is it called Frazzle Drip?
So that's a great question because it's such a weird title. We've got a song in production, folks, just so you know. We're working on a Frazzle Drip song. I don't know how long it's going to be till we can get it published, but so, we wrote the lyrics as a group last night. On accident. I was trying to find a picture of this cartoon. I've got Dan
Harmon.
Oh, it's Harmon. I've got it spelled wrong. I was trying to...
H-A-R-M-O-N.
Dan Harmon, okay.
That's what Lyric Mars said from the chat.
What I found most easily today on YouTube was a Spanish version of it, but couple weeks ago, you could find several copies of it. So this is another thing where I think they're making this thing disappear from YouTube, because it gives, if nothing else, some kind of context. It gives you some images to use in memes, and it gives some meaning to this urban legend, if that's what it is. And I think I've got something here with the etymology of frazzle that would explain why that's the title. So frazzle means to unravel, or to fray something, or something that's frayed at the edge, or a fringe, or a border. So this is about the peeling off of the face.
Right. So instead of frazzled hair, you've got a frazzled face.
Yeah, and then I think it's just frazzled.rip, because it was, I think, isn't RIP a file type?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's what really it was frazzled.rip. But
Oh, I get
now,
it. Okay. And then it just it transformed into drip.
Yes. Which, it's like, there's just something sick about this. Like, and I feel weird myself. Like, there's something kind of interesting about it, and here I am spreading it, and then, there's even something, kind of catchy and weird and artistic about it. How it has this specific name. Well, I wonder. I'll bet that's the way it is with some of these snuff films that are traded. I'll bet they do have these, peculiar names.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the nature of human beings to kind of virally share things is just amplified by the internet. But it's always been around. Back in the day, if I had a great cassette tape and I wanted you to hear the song, I would tell you to go buy it and give you the specific song that I liked so much. You've got to hear blank, right? That song is the thing that's going to be like, oh, I'm in love with it. I want to play it over and over again. And as disgusting as it is, I'm sure that that's true about, it's true about anything taboo anyway. That's just the way it is,
Yeah, so here, we've got all these cute little terms now that have been coined for the child rape parties, the alleged child rape parties and actions of this particular group of people around Hillary. So Pizzagate and Frazzle Drip. And I wonder what else is going to be in the lexicon by the time we're done with this. But we've got quite a few very peculiar terms now that have been coined in the process of this type of information being released. For what purpose, we're not sure. By who, we're not sure. There are a lot of people who are very suspicious about why Pizzagate came out when it did, and to what extent it's true also. And a lot of people wonder if it's a psyop. And of course, people think the same thing about this. So, and I have no reason to doubt that.
I remember now why I knew about Dan Harmon, because like a few weeks ago or a month ago, somebody posted a video of him, like, he almost looked like he was high or something, and he's like all kind of fat and disheveled like he is in this picture here. And look at this, man, that Morty on his shirt kind of looks like As Above, So Below, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. These, the Adult Swim people are obviously into some hardcore stuff.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, that dog, that whole dog cartoon just blows my mind. But anyway, I was going somewhere with that and I lost it. It's okay. But yeah, he was going off on Trump, and he was like kind of losing his cool at some little talk. He had a bunch of industry people all sitting in the theater with him, and he was like going off about Trump or something like that. That's what I remember him from. This guy, Dan Harmon.
Oh, Harmon?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a Rick and Morty where Rick he's like meditating, and it's like there's like some trip that he goes on or something. It's like a gun, that psychedelic gun or something that makes you at peace with the world. But he's sitting there with the Baphomet pose as he's meditating.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh, and there's something else that popped into my head I wanted to say to you, Tracy, is that have you heard of the externalization of the hierarchy from Alice Bailey and the Theosophical Society?
I don't think so.
So the externalization of for those of you that don't know, like, so Theosophy, that's Madame Blavatsky, and like she had Alice Bailey, and do you remember the other lady's name, Jim? There's another lady, they kind of had a falling out. It's Alice Bailey and Annie Besant, that was her name. So these two women were kind of like the people that picked up the mantle after Madame Blavatsky. And this is all like New Age Theosophy. So Alice Bailey wrote a book called Externalization of the Hierarchy. And what it describes is once they get to the point where they feel like they've accomplished the great work, that then they'll reveal their methods and show you everything. So like, I think that that's a lot of this, the explanation behind why are we seeing it? Why would they do it, right? Why would Huma Abedin not only continue to help Wiener, but take it so far as to continue to help Wiener when she's being documented in a like reality TV type documentary, and she knows the potential is that he's going to do it again, you know? So maybe it's all part of the externalization of the hierarchy, that they're showing you the trick. Like, you know, if you do a good magic trick and you've got an understudy, then when the show's over, you're like, all right, here's a trick I haven't taught you yet. Here's the mechanics of it. You know, here's how it works. Maybe that's what we're seeing with a whole bunch of this stuff, is that it's time. They feel confident that they've moved far enough along in history and in the timeline that they're bringing out their bags of tricks and being like, and here's how we actually do it. You know, here's how we keep somebody like Anthony Weiner and Huma Abedin under wraps, and here's also how we keep Hillary Clinton thinking she's in control, but also keep her under wraps, you know?
So I'm sorry to report that I missed part of what you were saying. I think you were describing what this concept is, because my Hangout accidentally, I closed it and I had to open it again. So I missed a little bit of what you were saying.
No, that's okay. Okay, so the book, if anyone wants to look it up, or the concept, but it was a book. It's called Externalization of the Hierarchy, and Alice Bailey describes how once they move far enough along in the great work that they feel like they've accomplished the beginning of their goal, that they bring out what's been hidden. So, I mean, you could say it about everything. All of these, I mean, you know better than all of us, Tracy, that all these occult texts and alchemical texts and all of this stuff, you used to have to scratch the ground hard like a chicken to find any of it. And now you can just go grab all of it for free, right? You know, somebody's got a Google Drive that they've given free access to, and you can go get gig after gig of all of these old books and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying maybe that's why we're seeing a documentary from outside perspective, you know. They're saying, here's how we do it. You've always suspected that we control these people this way, but here's us showing you how we're doing it right now, you know.
Yeah, well, it definitely seems like for some strategic reason, a lot of the mechanisms that are used by the elite are being revealed right now. And yeah, it is as though definitely they're not concerned about that this knowledge will somehow be used against them. So
Right, they seem
I don't
confident
know.
all of a sudden.
It's what?
They seem confident.
Definitely. Well, yeah. And when they come out and say, "Oh, I wish that we didn't have the Second Amendment, or the First Amendment, so that we could just shut people up," and they don't mind saying that in public, and yeah, there's that's a lot of balls right there. So
Yeah.
they seem confident for sure. Have you heard of Victor? Do you know who Victor Salva is?
No, that name doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, so this is the guy that was the director of Jeepers Creepers.
Okay.
He's part of this whole gang of creeps too. Like, he's friends with James Gunn, very close to James Gunn, and he knows Harmon. They're associated. Can I tell you a little bit about him?
Yeah, I just put his picture on the screen, and I already feel like I need to go take a shower. He is so gross looking.
So I'm just going to read what Wikipedia says about him, and then I'll elaborate. Victor Ronald Salva is an American filmmaker. He's best known for directing the films Powder and Jeepers Creepers. The latter of these has been expanded into a franchise with 2 sequels. Yada yada. His ongoing career in filmmaking became controversial after his conviction in 1988 for charges relating to his sexual abuse of a 12-year-old male actor who was starring in one of his films, Clown House, videotaping himself in the act of doing so, and possessing commercial videotapes and magazines containing child pornography. And this guy, I don't know why they don't name him, because he names himself. I'll find him here for you guys. But so the victim, the 12-year-old victim, I'll just look at the victim of Victor Salva. He has a blog.
So he's actually
And, you
talking
know-
about it.
Huh?
So he's publishing and talking about it.
Yeah. Okay, there he is named. Okay, Nathan Forrest Winters. And I guess there's a documentary about him coming out, which is good. Or that maybe it did come out already, which means that nobody ever heard about it. But anyway, he talks on his website about how his life was ruined by this, not only by the experience, but because he told the truth about it in court. He was completely blacklisted from Hollywood, whereas Victor Salva went on to do Jeepers Creepers, more films in the series.
Right, the opposite
And-
of what should happen happened.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. Pled guilty to lewd and lascivious conduct, oral sex with a person under 14, and procuring a child for pornography. Yeah, I mean, he tells these stories of how, like, he would go and do the shoot, and this is for a horror movie. I think it's called, Clown House.
Yeah, this is a scene
it's
from it right here.
Have you, I don't know if you've ever seen it. I sure have not, but
No.
it's people who've seen it basically say this is, it's just a movie about the kind of thing he fantasizes about doing. It couldn't be more obvious. It's evil clowns chasing around teenage boys in a house and attacking them. They don't have sex with them, but it hardly matters. It's obviously a metaphor for
Right.
what he's into. And so is Jeepers Creepers. I've seen probably 2 of those long before I ever knew anything about this dude. And now that I know, and I think back to what was in the film, it's the same thing. And if you think about it, if you've been this guy's victim, like Nathan was, and then he goes on and has a successful career in Hollywood still, and your life is ruined and you can't work in Hollywood, and then he makes another movie about, an evil monster going around killing people. It's obvious, like, you're gonna perceive that as a threat, just like people who know stuff about Hillary and then they hear about Frazzle Drip. It's like, okay, well, here, just me having to hear it it's like that was put out there for me and anyone else in my position,
Right.
to let me know, back away because
we
he's
win,
big and
you
scary.
lose. Yeah. Like that's
And-
the worst. If we all knew that this guy had been convicted, none of us would have ever fucking watched Jeepers Creepers. So they're perpetrating this shit onto all of us.
Well, okay, and then I think that there's a curse in the poster for Jeepers Creepers. So if you could try to find that,
Okay.
we can talk about it.
The first one.
Yeah, okay, and it looks like there's a leather bag and an eye looking through a slit in it. And the slit in it is kind of shaped like a necktie.
Yeah, I see it here. I'll get it up on a bigger picture here.
Okay, and I hope I can find the quote to quote you, but if not, I'll just try to describe it.
So was there a curse actually on the poster? Like a little
I'll show you.
a verse or
I'll
something?
describe it for you here.
Okay.
Okay. If I can find oh yes, here it is. Yay.
It's terrifying. That's just
The
it looks
great
like
thing
it
for
comes
Google
in
Books
square,
here-
too.
Because I can't find my own article on my own website right now, but I can read this from Google Books. This is from an old magical grimoire, an Arabic grimoire. called the Picatrix.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of the Pikachu.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, take the skin of a woman's vulva all the way around so that it retains its opening. And if you look at it, if you look at someone through it, it is the sign of death. This is a thing of great sacredness. In the same way, it causes illness. This was taken from those among the Greeks who were called Ephesians. So if you look at this poster here, and you can see how it's sort of mimicking that same type of curse, you know,
Yeah.
looking through the flayed skin, through the vulva opening.
Wow.
And when you
yuck.
look at someone, they receive that death curse. And I think that's what that's a message to Nathan right there.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Wow.
And this guy's still alive?
Salva?
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
That's really disappointing.
He'll be alive for a long time. Years active, 1986 through present, it says in his Wikipedia. There's no reason. Jeepers Creepers 3 came out in 2017. Probably be a new one soon, or another piece of crap from him.
Yeah, probably still raking in royalties from the movies.
Yes.
It's just
So anyway.
so twisted
What
and
if-
messed up, man.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone thinks that, you know, we're cherry picking stories or we're overemphasizing stuff, no, we can't even, there's no way we could be on the air 24 hours a day and still not tell you everything about creeps in Hollywood and creeps in politics and business and the really hardcore stuff they did, which reminds me, before we get to late here, we should probably talk a little bit about the stuff about Frank Sinatra. It's not totally new, but it's new to me because I've been talking to all this stuff about Frank Sinatra and I didn't know these details that I just now found.
Yeah, I'm totally down. And just so you know, I've logged into Plus Ultra through my account. So if you wanted to try and get to your article, I could do like a Control F and then screen share.
I'll bet you're gonna have the same problems I'm having. I can tell just by seeing what you're seeing that you're just seeing the same messed up site that I have. Yeah, some stuff got messed up and we're working it out. We just have to wait for the host to open up for business tomorrow, and I'll probably have it solved early hours of the morning tomorrow. But I can't. The content is there. I just can't see it myself right now.
Okay, well, cool. Then let's go ahead and talk.
Nor can anyone else, I don't think. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't logged into Plus Ultra in probably 2 days. You know, as far as like trying to get in there.
So Jack V is asking if Salvo is related to Kenneth Anger.
I don't know if he's related. I can see what you're talking about. There's some similarities of the way they look. There's another dude that he looks even more like, though. I can't place it.
Well, he kind of looks like I feel bad for saying it, but he kind of reminds me of the singer from Primus.
I thought he kind of looked like Johnny Depp a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Twisted,
Maybe
sort
that's
of.
what I was thinking.
Yeah, he did have kind of like if
Mustache,
Johnny Depp was old and fat. And it looks like they carried the Jeepers Creepers poster over. You know, you see here's the, I don't know, am I on is everybody seeing that? Yeah, so there's Jeepers Creepers 2. So we're still looking through the horrible opening.
Yep. This is their logo, I guess.
Yeah, and to me it looks like a compass in a square,
It really
too.
kind of does.
Yes.
You know, and I actually saw a link earlier today that was saying that that was another occulted image. I think it was in my YouTube recommendations, and I think it was from Lift the Veil, no pun intended, folks. Lift the Veil had like a picture of a compass and square and a picture of female anatomy, and saying that was an occulted image. You know, like that it symbolized that.
Yeah, I would say that is one of the layers of symbolism. Like if you were to go through Morals and Dogma, which is a manual for all the different degrees of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So there's 33 chapters in it, or maybe 32, one for each degree, where he tells you all about the lore behind the rituals of each degree. So if you were to read through the whole thing, you would find multiple interpretations of square and compass. You know, it's one of these multi-leveled symbols for sure. And you know, yeah, the vulva opening is one of those layers for sure. So
is that the
yeah,
G spot
so
inside?
if you, huh?
The
Yeah,
G,
another-
the G spot.
Yeah, the G. One more meaning of the G.
And yeah, so you're right that this curse that I just read you guys about from the Picatrix could be thought of as yet another meaning of the all-seeing eye, because sometimes they have the G there, sometimes they just put the I there instead. You know, on Masonic regalia.
Yeah. That's a.
So
Well, I didn't
Sorry,
realize
yeah.
there was actually a
an
illustration
Arabic death course.
of the vulva there. I think I'm going to click off of that picture.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one before. It's
I mean, I didn't think about the fact that obviously I don't have my search results censored. You know,
that was a medical diagram. Come on. It's
yeah,
okay.
it was.
Yeah.
Who knows how many young kids are turning in this week, Tracy?
It's past
Okay,
their
well,
bedtime.
they need to learn this stuff too, you know.
Here, she's
Yeah.
got us there.
Or else they're gonna learn it in school by who
So
knows.
I'm so disturbed
Yes.
that this guy's still just making movies. Like, it makes me disappointed in humanity, honestly, when someone's this horrible and weird, and that they don't at least shake him out of town. You know, I'm not wishing death on him. Part of me kind of wishes he wasn't alive, but I'm not willing to wish death on him. But you'd think people would at least go rally to the point and like shake their protest signs and scream with their fists and like, not you, no more Jeepers Creepers, you know, boo.
Well, where are you gonna start in Hollywood? You know, shaking your
I-
fist.
Yeah, I heard about this guy and his reputation because I was reading the entry on Rose McGowan, and it had a section in there about when a reporter had nailed her for her association with this guy and said, well, you care so much about, you know, people being abused in Hollywood, but how come you hang out with Salvo when he abuses kids? And she's like, oh, well, I didn't know about that at the time, but he seems like a nice guy. So,
That's-
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Um,
remember seeing that article. I didn't click on it, but yeah, I remember I called Rose McGowan out and then like quit following her because of some crap she posted on Twitter. Like I wasn't following her because I support her, but like just, you know, like another subscribing to another newspaper, right? That's how I use Twitter a lot of the time. It's like, okay, I'll click on your account and follow it, and I'll either enjoy it and get something from it. It'll give me leads and generate ideas, or I'll unfollow. And I actually unfollowed and blocked her. I don't remember what she said, but one day I was just like pissed, like, oh, Rose, you're such a frontin' ass liar. You're a fake. You're a fucking fraud, you know? Because I can't remember what it was, but it was just like, ugh.
Yeah,
Hypocrisy.
I'm not surprised. I mean, yeah, because the whole thing with her and Asia Argento, it got so weird. You could tell like they all have things they don't want us to know about them, you know. And
Agendas.
But it was which one was married to the TV chef
Asia
who killed
Argento.
himself? That was Argento?
Yeah, Argento was his wife or girlfriend, I think.
That's right. Because and then she even tried to act like, oh well, she tried to blame lying about the kid that she molested on the fact that she was still kind of upset about her husband killing himself, which is of course, I mean, you know, I guess one could do a show about that too. I mean, that was a really weird thing. That
She played his mother in a movie when he was really young, like,
you
you know.
talking about the victim.
Yeah, 8 or 9 or something. She kind of called herself his mother in posts.
Yep.
And then, but her dad was Dario Argento, the Italian horror movie director.
Really?
Yes.
So I think they're pretty gory movies. I mean, lots of blood and kind of dark, real dark, super dark themes.
He kind of
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like this
there's
other
there's-
guy.
Interesting movie about alchemy. One of them has some very interesting stuff about alchemy in it.
What, do you remember
I
which
can't
one?
remember which one.
Oh, it's been a while since I've
I
seen
don't
them.
remember. Well, when I've seen them, it's always like half of it is translated and then the other half isn't. So I kind of always am lost about what's going on in an Argento movie. But I like the soundtracks usually. They have the band Goblin that does all of the soundtracks for Argento, or did, I guess, back then. Anyway.
This guy looks like he's acted in some movies for sure because he looks really familiar.
He looks like Jimmy Savile.
He does look like Jimmy Savile. And like a lot of these
we're looking at Mr. Argento?
Yeah. I mean, I just, everything else is hanging. And just to confirm what you said, Tracy, I went ahead and kept clicking on your website. And it took me to the page where the article should be. And I was definitely logged in because I could look in the top right corner and see that I was logged in. And it says you have to register. So I click register and it took me back to that page. Where you first mentioned that you knew I would end up in a roundabout.
Yeah, it's caught in a little loop right now, and we'll work it out. Sorry, guys. Sorry for my technical problems.
Oh no, I mean it's unfortunately at this point it's to be expected, right? Like, it's not just that you're not savvy or that there's a one-time glitch. It's that any of that might be true in any given circumstance, and there's pretty solid evidence of people wanting to fuck with you, and so.
No, it's nothing like. No, I know exactly what happened. I messed it up. It's just.
Oh, so this one is just a glitch. Okay.
I messed it up, but I've been speaking to my host about it, and they didn't fix it as fast as I wanted them to, and they told me to wait till tomorrow. It's kind of annoying.
So Jacob Bacchus says that Dario Argento looks like Savile and ex-Pope Ratzenberger's love child.
Yeah, maybe he's a moon child.
Didn't we tell people we're going to talk about the Templars a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Let's move into that if you want to.
I just don't want to be accused of false advertising here.
So, to give a backstory for anyone that hasn't been following, Tracy was contacted by a gentleman, I can't remember his name.
Harrison Lindenfield,
who is pretty savvy in his ability to read, write, and translate Latin. And
yes.
He translated a document, and I think it's called the Statutes of the Templars.
Yeah, so this thing is called the Secret Statutes of the Templars. And it's actually a collection of different documents that were apparently collected by the Vatican at different times and codified by them together. And then someone had found them in the Vatican archives. This is the story. And then there was a copy of those made and deposited in this Masonic library in Germany. And that's where this scholar, Theodor Mersdorf, found them and translated them into German and published them, but he died before they were published, which is odd. He had a stroke. I think he was 29 years old, but he also had a son, and his son died after his dad died. And so both of these guys died right before the publication of it, which is just one more example of the curse of Baphomet.
Well, yeah, and that's...
What were you saying?
Oh, I'm just marveling. And now that you say it, I remember. I listened. There's an almost 2-hour interview, and that's not behind your paywall, right?
No, and you can find that
because it's right here
on the website. You can find the statutes published in their entirety on my website for free too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you just published it. Like I said, I haven't gone and looked, but we definitely listened to this interview, and it seems like a lot of people have their entire project post-production and ready to publish, and like really unfortunate things happen. Like they have heart attacks, they have strokes, they get in car accidents, they participate in a double murder suicide. Like there's so many different stories that this is the way. Like it makes me wonder if it's a ritual to like groom someone along to the point where they're going to publish something really controversial and then kill them. And then edit what they're going to publish and publish it your way. I wonder if that's what this is.
Well, yeah, of course we have to wonder if anyone edited what was published, after he died. And there's no way to be sure, is there? Exactly.
No, it's like the teaser of Kubrick, right? Like, oh, there's scenes that were supposed to be in there, but they weren't, and Kubrick's dead now. Like, same kind of a thing.
Yes. And there are things, that were rumored about the Templars that aren't mentioned in these statutes. So I suppose that there's room for that, like that there's even more salacious things that were removed before it was published. Because he was working in conjunction with Masonic scholars, so they would have had a lot of influence, I think. The Masonic lodges there in Germany would have had some influence on, deciding whether or not to actually publish this. But they did. They published at least what we see here. And so what's interesting, though, is it does corroborate a lot of what they were accused of and explains some of the theology behind why they did the kinds of rituals they did. And there's a prayer to Baphomet in there, which is fascinating. It talks about the idol, taking it out of a box, touching it with your girdle.
Yeah, with your girdle. Which made me think of a codpiece. When I first heard you say that, that's what it made me think of. Them all pulling this thing out of a box, and everyone has to line up and go around and touch it with their codpiece. That's the image that popped into my head.
I think that's a great variation on this. We should definitely make a music video with that.
Pelvic thrust.
I have the most wonderful. Maybe I'll have my girlfriend take a picture. When she was when we were overseas in the UK, she bought me an apron to wear in the kitchen, and it's like a knight's armor, but it has the huge overemphasized codpiece. So maybe I'll have to publish that on Twitter just because we talked about it. But it's
funny too. There's a fairly recent, in the last 3 or 4 years, English translation of this book called the Synagogue of Satan, and I can't even remember the exact nationality of this guy who wrote it. He may have been Russian, but I think it was something a little more obscure. Anyway, but it's kind of a famous book about Satanism that is sometimes quoted, but very few people have read the whole thing because until recently it wasn't in English, and it was only in a few obscure languages, obscure to us anyway. Nobody that I knew talked about it because
this is a really old book that was translated. Because I know there's a more recent book called The Synagogue of Satan.
There may be, and it's of course there's a line in the Gospels that it comes from, but
right.
I think that this one in particular was it's just sort of a classic book on the history of Satanism by someone who's kind of sympathetic to the cause. But anyway, why I bring it up is just because he mentioned he has this description of what he thinks of was a satanically influenced period of history, and he says that the outfits that people wore even were influenced by their rejection of the church and their attraction to Satanism as a fashion. And so he thinks that codpieces are an expression of that. And also the kind of horn hats that women would wear, or sometimes they would put their hair in these devil horn type shapes. And then pointed shoes that people would wear at that time. So
interesting.
Yeah.
So
but anyway, okay. So
go ahead.
Sorry. No. Elaborate.
Well, there was.
I don't want to.
In that same vein, not to do with fashion, but today when I was posting stuff from the Book of the Subgenius in our Twitter thread, because you said something about that you thought it was would you say galactic bankers charging interest according to an algorithm, and it made me remember the Book of the Subgenius, because that's the joke, is that above all of the gods that we know are the even bigger gods, and they're all essentially space Jews. That's the joke in the Book of the Subgenius, and it's not prevalent, but it's in there, and that's why I went and grabbed that. But when I was searching for it, I found something called spiritual Satanism that claims that Satanism isn't a reaction to Christianity or any other religion, that it's actually the most ancient religion of all time, and it's like this really more nuanced or more articulated view of Satanism. And I mean, if you look up spiritual Satanism, it's right there on the internet. And it was kind of like, it seemed to me like that would fit right into what you were just describing. Like, if Satanism was just popular and accepted and didn't have a taboo surrounding it, then that writing and the position those people are taking fits right into the idea. Like, well, why wouldn't, you know, I mean, I wear a cross if I'm a Christian, and of course, so if I'm a lady and I love Satan, then I put my hair up in horns, or, you know, if I'm a man, I wear a big round cod piece, you know, like, it made sense, you know.
Yes, possibly. I don't know what else to say.
It's impossible.
I feel like
We're all raised in a Christian society, so it's completely impossible to imagine like the true entire inversion of everything. Like, you can't fathom, like, well, what if everything was opposite, and, you know, the devil was always considered good and awesome and to be worshipped and adored. Like, we can joke about it, but we can't actually imagine it. It's impossible to imagine what that would be like, you know.
I think I can sort of imagine it. Well, I mean, I can sort of. I just sort of wonder what is behind all of the religions. That's where this discussion with the translator kind of went to, or at least that's where I wanted to go with it in my mind. I was just thinking, like, you know, the stuff with the Templars shows that, they're doing all of these things that we now associate with Satanism, and they're an outgrowth of the Catholic Church. And even nowadays, it's quite common for Catholic priests to be accused of essentially the exact same things, not only sexually abusing minors, but throwing in this ritual element of it, so that they're doing it as part of essentially a black mass. They're doing it for the purposes of blasphemy. And, you know, there's many, many examples of this. I was just reading some of them today. I was reading the grand jury report about the priests in Pennsylvania and the very methodical system they had for not only how to cover it up, but even how to identify boys that were ideal victims and put a big gold cross around their necks, so that other priests who were into doing that to little boys would know, hey, this is a guy that's already been around a few times, and
He
he's
knows
getting
what to
passed around.
expect.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the plus ultra pins.
Yeah, that's what it made me think of too, Jim. The plus ultra pin
in the
video game
Tomorrowland movie.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I do wonder, you know, where we get the values of, you know, what we consider goodness and proper behavior that we all associate with the mainstream religions, because that's, of course, what we're taught when we're young, and that's what they say they represent, supposedly. But then you find out that the people running the institutions, so often, they're doing the exact opposite, and not just out of weakness, not just because they sin like everybody else, but it's an institution, it's a ritual, and they have the exact opposite belief and theology and value system from what they profess. So,
in the interview, you guys said that in the translation of the document, correct me if I'm wrong, it said that behind the scenes, all the religions were one. They were all participating in something like this ritual you're describing, and that as people were being initiated, they were to be watched to see if, when it's revealed that they're all one, that they snicker or respond or react, and that's a way to, like, make sure to not let them in. It said, you know, don't let stupid people in. I remember you said that, you know, and that, like, when you're announcing that behind the scenes everything's one big secret club, that if someone's reacting, like making a scowl or shaking their head or like rolling their eyes, that they're supposed to mark that out and take note of it.
Yes. So there, for one thing, it says that they do hold communion. Templars hold secret rituals. First of all, I guess I have to make this clear. Like it's saying that there's a subsection within the Templars of the chosen, as they're calling them. So they're picking out initiates that they think are going to be receptive to this, revealing of what the real inner doctrine is, and also people that they think are going to be, loyal and not rat them out, and that also have skills or are useful in some way. So anyway, there's all these rules about how to pick out someone that's, most likely ripe to be chosen,
And you're talking about
And-
inside the Templars. They're talking about how to choose from amongst their own ranks.
Yes. So, when you decide you're going to go ahead and initiate someone into this inner circle of the chosen, there's this rite called the consolamentum, and this is the same term that was used for what the secret rite was of this group of heretics called the Cathars. That the Catholic Church actually had a crusade against these guys, even though they were Christians, but they were heretics.
Right,
And-
they're
and they were
famously
in
Gnostic,
France.
right? The Cathars, the Cathars are famously Gnostic, and it's real similar.
Yeah, they're generally described as Gnostics, and that the Templars had some kind of affinity for them, and were sympathetic with them, and then another term for these guys was Albigensians. A lot of them came from the same families, right? And so a lot of the Albigensian families, there's a lot of crossover with, the Templar families, at least of the inner hierarchy and stuff. But so this is corroboration of that. Everyone's always thought, well, there's probably some kind of secret relationship between the Templars and the Cathars, and these documents confirm that. They say yes. For one thing, they're having the same ritual. The same word is being used. Consolamentum, like the consoling, is one way of translating it. But Theodor Mersdorf refers to it, or he puts this in his translation, calling it the baptism of fire.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, this is something that needs to be explored further, and I have some theories about it. It's mentioned in that other document that I had translated, Mysterium Baphometus. So I figure there's a lot more to the reason why it's called that, and a lot more evidence for them having done a ritual called that I still have yet to find or pin down and figure out what it is.
Right, it kind of
Because
tethers it all together to call it baptism of fire, because that's like, I don't know, that's the main thing I took away from your and Alex's Baphomet book, was the idea of the baptism of wisdom. I guess you could conflate those two, baptism of wisdom and baptism of fire, because they're not a water baptism, so that means they're at least distinct in that regard,
yes.
A different
Well,
baptism.
There's something. It's something that what's his name? The prophet John talked about. He said, "I'm going to baptize you with fire." Well, I should get this right, because I know some Christians are going to get mad at me for saying it wrong.
Well, that's I remember it too. We can look it up. The baptism of fire it's definitely in the book of Revelation, that's the final baptism of, I think Jesus might even say it himself.
Oh yeah, okay. So I got to get it right here. Okay. So it's not that John's going to baptize you with fire. He's saying, I'm going to baptize you with water, but there's another one coming who's going to baptize you with fire, excuse me, and with the Holy Ghost.
Right.
So,
so
this
maybe
is
consolamentum is the inversion of that.
It's very mysterious, and it's something that still needs to be worked out, because it's so complicated here. Okay, so they're telling you, for one thing, that yes, they have Cathars. They actually bring them in, when they meet them for any reason. They meet what do they call them? Like sympathetic brothers or something. They have a term for them. for basically brothers that are not Templars, but part of other groups
Right.
that are still part of the same stream of tradition. So even though this is a subset of the Templars, the chosen ones within the Templars, but they don't tell their secrets to the other Templars, but they do tell their secrets to Cathars and other members of other groups. So they mentioned the Waldensians, which is another, or Valdensians, I guess is another way of pronouncing it, but this is another heretical Christian group. And the Waldensians were one of those groups that were accused by their detractors of doing Baphometic type rituals, worshiping a cat, kissing its butt, and then sacrificing babies and eating them and stuff like that. And we don't
Dogs
know.
and cats living together. Sorry.
Little Ghostbusters.
It just made me think of that. Like,
Bill Murray.
I feel like we have to keep some brevity, and I've always appreciated that about your work, Tracy.
All right, so I'll try to wrap it up here.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
Keep-
You said
keep
brevity,
going.
like you want me to keep it quick or something.
No,
No,
keep
not
going,
at all.
keep
not
going,
at all. We're
please.
fine.
Levity,
Keep
okay.
rolling.
All right, so there, I'm going to try to remember some of the other groups that they said, were to be invited to these secret rituals. So that includes Saracens. It includes Druzes, another kind of mystical version of Islam. And now that I think about it, I really have to look this up because when did the Druzes even start? I
I'll
was
Google
not
it
even
right now,
thinking of
'cause
them
I'm
as being
already here.
contemporary with the Templars.
Yeah,
But
I've not studied them very much. And
well, what's interesting about the
I didn't mean brevity, just so you know. I used the wrong
Okay.
word.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't mean to correct you either. I honestly.
No, I just don't want you to
listened.
think that we're trying to wrap it up. I'm totally down to sit here for at least another 40 minutes or whatever. I'm cool. So
Okay.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
So, because I'm just trying to figure out real
I've got
quickly
the
here.
Druze on the screen here.
So we got them being traced down to 1016. So that is contemporary. So that makes sense. And if you look at the symbol there with the star, if you go to the Wikipedia page, then you can see what their
I'm
what
on
their
it
symbol
here.
is.
And man, it looks just like the Order of the Eastern Star for like women Masons.
It's almost an identical symbol, but the colors are just in a different order, but it's the same colors. So that's
Yeah.
very curious. But it goes along with, if you read the Baphomet book, you'll see that we actually put out a lot of evidence for a cross-pollination that seems to have happened with all of these sort of heretical Islamic sects and the groups and the traditions that ended up influencing Freemasonry. So it makes sense.
Right. So it looks like to tie all that together, it looks like that there, from this document specifically, there's evidence of a bunch of inside the insider groups. So if the insider Templars are talking to the insider Druze, who are talking to the insider Waldensians, etc., and so it seems to me, this is what I was going to say, that it corroborates the idea that the assassins and the Templars behind the scenes were all part of an inner sect.
Absolutely. And I mean, that is kind of mind-boggling to think about that there was essentially the Crusades is such a huge, part of history. To think about how fake it must have been.
Right.
If you have the inner circles on both sides, having secret meetings together, kissing each other's butts. They didn't mention kissing the butt, okay, but here's what they did say in the secret statutes, that you do have to, when you're being initiated into the consolamentum, you have to take your clothes off, and it's up to, there's a person with a ritual title of the receptor, it's mentioned throughout all of these statutes. The receptor says this, the receptor says that. So if the receptor decides how much of your body you have to show and what, I guess, is to be done to you, but you have to basically expose what they call the bottom of your spine. So that's, I guess, I think a euphemistic way of saying you're behind, but it's also like a chakra point too. So it could have something to do with that,
Yeah.
with, kind of trying to, enliven or excite the mystical regions of the human body. So they mention revealing the base of the spine and the male member to all of the other people, and that the receptor would decide how much of that you have to do and how long it would go on and things like that. And then it even says, like, make sure that this guy doesn't giggle or make vulgar jokes while this is happening, or else that means that he's not really supposed to be one of us. And then when that happens, whether the person makes vulgar jokes or they just refuse to do this, anything that is not the reaction they're looking for, then they quickly divert you into a fake version of the initiation. In the fake version, they give you a cup full of vermouth, and you have to drink it. And then they say, "Okay, you're initiated now."
Good job, you made
So-
it. I've got it here. I'm on your website, and I've got it here, so I'll read us some of it here. So, starting with,
Okay.
let's see. After the oath is laid bare, he will be led to the door of the chamber, or, if the receptor would like, behind the altar, and stripped down to his shirt and trousers, one or both, to introduce the candidate and to expose the mouth, the navel, the end of the spine, or even the male member of the witness, according to the wishes of the receptor. Should the candidate refuse to do so, should he try to do anything indecent in this act or pretend to do so, should he betray any doubt, he will be taken to the kitchen or the cellar without further ado, and shall be received with fake ceremonies, such as, for example, having him drink a mixture of vinegar and vermouth, assuring him by such a procedure that he was truly received. One who proves himself to be either ribald or quarrelsome at heart, such a person must never take a place among the elect. But if he has been peaceful, earnest, and efficient, though ashamed, he is to be kissed, and the door of the chapter opened to him, and he is permitted to enter into true reception. So, and that sounds to me a lot like what, I've tried a few times to read through Morals and Dogmas, and it's an infamous quote of Pike to say that, hey man, we give these guys access and we bring them in and we teach them the mysteries and we tell them that we're telling them everything, but really we're not. We're not telling them everything, and the real secret is something that we're keeping for ourselves and that only very few of us get to see it. So this, to me, this corroborates that too. Like if you can't play along and actually do the get naked game right, then we have to once again hand you off to the good job you made it, here's your 6th degree or whatever it might be, but really you didn't make it and you don't know.
Yeah. So the way in which the Masonic fraternity operates now seems to be almost identical to what the Templars were doing. And also this document does mention stonemasons as being part of the elect. So if you're walking around and you come across some people who are building a building, you could walk up to them and it actually gives you these special passwords to use to try on them and to try to provoke a ritualized reaction. Like, if you say this to them and then they reply in a certain way, then that means that they're part of the elect, and you can go ahead and
Right, yeah. And
share other.
in the interview, you guys said you said that they would use hand signs even with people that they didn't speak the same language, and they would understand, right?
Yes.
So
yeah,
that,
I think
that
that was
corroborates the idea that it's a cult within a cult within a cult. So even people who are completely from a different culture, you can flash them the secret Masonic symbol or handshake or whatever it is, and even though they can't talk to you, they're like, "Yup, we're in the same group. We can't we'd have to get a translator that we trust if we want to talk, but we're definitely in the same group.
So, I mean, this almost goes along with what you were saying about that there's, this original satanic religion, or maybe that's not the right word for it, but this is still pretty early on in the history of Christianity, if you think about it. Some of the theologies had supposedly been settled, but not like everyone in the populace had been thoroughly indoctrinated into it. I doubt if most of them could tell you, they probably wouldn't pass their catechism. Most of the population of Europe probably didn't know the details of what their alleged theology was.
Oh, they don't now. Sure as hell they didn't then.
Right. So, but if you've got all these people from all these different religions that, still have the same cult that's at the heart of it, it tells you there's some older tradition that predates all of those things, which is exactly what they seem to be saying in the statutes. So, we don't know what it means because, we're missing part of the history here. We're missing a big chunk of our own history. And that's, I think, what documents like this ultimately reveal. And I know that's a tangent. I don't want to get off on it too much, but it also becomes a stumbling block in trying to interpret it, because you can't, at a certain point, you have to throw up your hands and say, oh, well, this is pointing to the fact that we don't know the truth about how the three major religions came about, which is what I think.
Well, that's if you follow these kind of threads far enough, you always run into at least speculation that the Abrahamic religions were manufactured as a form of mind control or just management, that they're management systems. At the bare minimum, we're going to find that. So to take it one step farther and say that they're management systems away from something more genuine is not really some huge reach, that's...
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to find that site. I didn't see it, but I'll drop it in our private message conversation later. Oh, here it is. Can you see that, Tracy? Here, you know what? I can
hold on.
I can screen share over here too, so that you can just see whatever I'm looking at without having to wait for the delay. Here, let me do that.
Okay. This is the page you were telling me about that you had seen before.
Yeah.
About spiritual Satan.
So here, it's going to be you for just a second until I click. So there we go. Joy of Satan.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I've been to that website before.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. But this, if you go through this, they're pretty much saying all the stuff that we've been talking about in reference to, if you get past all of the superficial and exoteric cults, then what you land on is some kind of all-knowing scientific and metaphysical spiritual religion. And in this case, of course, they're saying that it all is based on Satan being the all-powerful creator god, which honestly still we're right back to Gnosticism again. If you want to take out the name Satan and replace it with Yaldabaoth, then we've got real similar to the same story again.
Yes, and then you have the connection with Islam and the connection with people saying that Baphomet was a word for Muhammad, which I didn't used to believe, and now I'm of the opinion that this is one of those multi-layered symbols. So that's one of the interpretations, and it deserves to be there among the rest because there is a connection, and it's, for one thing, belied by these statutes because there's a prayer to Muhammad in the statutes, and they they consider the Druze and the Saracens and several other Islamic sects to be.
That's a prayer separate from the prayer to Baphomet?
I think so, but I need to get. I'm on the site, but I'm not on that page right now.
Anyway. I'm on your webpage, and I know that. Well, I don't know if you're having trouble accessing this part or not, but
I'm having all kinds of problems right now, man. because I'm trying to find this one illustration that will really show the connection here with the baptism of fire and Islam. So
is it on
maybe I can at
your
least,
site, or you can tell me, and if it'll work, I can drag it up.
well, I'm going to look at the Mysterium Baphometus translations and commentary, because I know I have the picture in there somewhere. So I'll be looking at that, and I'll try not to lose my place while I'm talking also.
Okay.
But so I'll set it up here. There's a scene in the life of Muhammad. I'm not sure if this is part of the night journey or what, which is when he fell asleep in Mecca and had a dream where he traveled to Jerusalem and
Right.
back
Flew
on a flying
right?
horse.
Yeah.
Okay, flying horse named Barak, which means lightning. But okay, then there's a part where there's these angels. Again, I need to find the source, so I'm not messing it up, because I'm not sure if it's part of the same episode or not. But these angels are dumping buckets of fire over his head, is what I recall. And because a lot of these pictures of Muhammad, either they were censored at the time they were made or afterwards. And I think this is one of the mysteries of history here. Because you find these pictures of Muhammad where there's like a big white space over his face. And I'm not sure if that was done by the artist. There's this idea that you're not supposed to show Muhammad's face.
Right.
Partially because they don't want it to be used as an idol. Okay? Which is interesting.
Right, because that's the accusation, is that Baphomet is a name for Muhammad, the idol.
And it's a severed head that talks.
Wow.
Now, in the Orthodox Church, the Russian Church, they have these things called icons.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they think it's a little bit less idolatrous. Instead of having a statue that you would meditate on and use with your prayer, that instead you have a flat picture. And the idea, I think, is just to make it a little less likely to be worshipped as an idol. But at the same time, they do kind of recommend that you meditate on them until you can see the lips moving and you hear the voice in your head of the saint talking to you. So it's weird. It's like they're using it in the same way,
Oh, I've been studying the Jesus prayer. I bought a book by a guy named Ted Nottingham. And the history, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Jesus prayer or not, but it's a really short prayer. It's, I know, of course, now I can't remember it, but it's really short. It's like, Lord Jesus, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. That might be wrong just because it's slipping my mind. But in the story, what it says, because this goes with what you just said, that all the people that used it for its power and brought it to its full potential, they all meditated on it and said it so redundantly and so often that they transcended everything, and they essentially became super powerful by. It was kind of, remember when we were I made that meme for you joking about the guy saying to pray against the chemtrails, and he was saying to amend his prayer from a whole prayer to just the letter B, and then to repeat the letter B, so it's like and that's how you're fighting the chemtrails. The book about the Jesus prayer is really not much different than that. I mean, it's not that cliche, but it is pretty much saying to repeat it like a chant, like a mantra. That's the main difference to the Orthodox, to me, is that they seem like the only contemplative Christian faith, because you see contemplative practice in all of the Eastern religions, but Orthodoxy has it for Christianity. Mm-hmm. And so it wouldn't surprise me that they say, okay, so meditate on this, on this icon until you start to see the fabric of reality sway. You start to see it talk to you. Maybe you start to hear it or whatever, because that's what meditative practice oftentimes is,
Yeah. So, and again, it's like, how many, wars have been fought? How many people have killed each other and, if nothing else, had a falling out with their family over this very argument? Like, you shouldn't pray to that statue. I'm not praying to the statue. I'm praying to something that represents,
Right.
so obviously part of the religion, it is, but it's very, very important. I guess that, this is what I've spent all these years arguing about, is how serious to take that, how to interpret it. What exactly do you mean by, what exactly do you believe is happening there? To me, I can't believe people get so upset about this stuff, but
Well, yeah,
that's what it's all about.
What's the true definition of a graven image, right?
Yes.
That's the whole idea, is that being raised as like a Protestant Christian myself, and definitely still believing, but not believing in the context that most Christians can tolerate, I find myself wondering the same thing, like, so where is the line, So if I decide to pick up and start to practice the Jesus prayer, I mean, I definitely would essentially be going against what my grandpa would think is right. Like, now you're babbling like a pagan, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's really confusing and interesting to me. Like, because in the past, all this ancient stuff, obviously they were doing all of this.
Mm-hmm.
So when did we get told to stop doing it, and then the next level, like being told, oh no, that's going to send you to hell. That's really wrong. But you go look it up especially in the Orthodox. Well, both. I mean, the idols. You light candles in the Catholic Church and pray for the dead, right?
Yeah.
So it seems like there really is one religion behind all of the main religions. Or at least it seems like there's a lot of evidence to it.
All right, so I'm sorry I just got excited. I finally found what I was looking for. Okay,
Cool.
So listen to this. This is my words. I'm talking about this picture, and I don't know what to tell you. It's like, here, I'll send you the link, and then it'll take you forever, because it took me forever for this thing is so huge. This intro that I wrote to Mysterium Baphometus, it took forever just for the page to come up and all the pictures on it.
Maybe you can screen share the other way, Tracy.
I can do what now?
Inside of the Hangout link, if you go to the top right where the 3 dots are and click it, you might be able to just screen share the other way to me. Here, I'm going to stop my screen share and see.
Okay.
So inside the Hangout at the very top right, it should be like the plus to add a person, the settings wheel, and then the 3 dots. Will it let you screen share?
Let's see. Yeah, and do you have any way of limiting the amount of my screen that is shared? No?
I don't know.
All right.
Let me take it off. Let me go back to my OBS for a second and take it off first, so that we don't I'm not trying to just dump your screen on there. So here, let me switch to me and Jim here. All right, now whatever you share to us, only Jim and I can see it.
All right, well, I'll just see how bad it is.
Where are we going to want to look, Jim? Oh, we want to look on this one.
Okay, so you're seeing the page I'm looking at right now?
No, we're still just seeing you.
Well, we're transmitting just us.
Yeah, well, I mean.
No, but I mean, what are you guys seeing? I'm
right
sharing
now
my
we're
screen
just
right
still
now.
seeing your cam and you in front of your microphone. So the screen.
I thought I just clicked it.
Oh,
Okay, so now I just clicked it. Can you see anything?
Okay, yeah, now I can see me, and there it is. Okay, yeah, now we definitely see your screen, and I'm trying to look here. It is mostly just your screen. We can see that you're just like any other good researcher. You've got about 5 million tabs open, and but that's
Okay.
it. So if you
I can't see anything personal that I can.
All right.
so
Okay, so then go ahead to show this to the people, and
Okay.
I will
Go ahead.
read along with you.
All right, here we go, folks. We're gonna see Tracy's screen. Here we are. All right, so we're there now.
All right, so quoting the quotable me here, it is interesting to note that John the Baptist, a prophet, whose name Hammerbergstall tells us was used by Arabs as a slang term for buggery. That's another interesting thing.
Whoa.
He lost his head. The Templars were accused of worshiping a head and used it for prophecy. John was a patron saint to them, and some people think that the Baphomet head was his. In inverse reflection of this, Muhammad was often depicted with his head either completely missing or blotted out as if erased after the fact. And so we have an illustration of that here. And this is from the Night Journey story. This is him floating on the horse Barak, or flying over the Kaaba, where he's just fallen asleep, and now he's in a divine dream. But that even though it's a dream, it's also interpreted in the scripture as being real.
Right. It's
so
a dream
anyway,
and it's really happening at the same time. That's the way the story goes, right?
Yeah, it's like, I guess the same thing kind of happened to Jacob.
Yeah, exactly. Jacob's ladder. Fall asleep with his head on a stone, and he sees angels descending. Or I don't remember if it says angels or the Son of Man, but yeah, same story. So does the horse have a human head? Am I seeing that correctly?
Yes, it has a woman's head, and it has like peacock feathers for a tail, which is interesting because of the Melek-Taus connection.
Yeah.
The Yazidis, who are not really at all Muslim, but sometimes described as though they're a heretical Muslim sect. They're really not.
They're really a heretical Christian sect, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's closer anyway.
Gnostics.
So their symbol for Satan, who they worship, is this peacock.
Yeah, Melek-Taus, right?
Yes. Okay, so we're just throwing that out there. We're not saying anything about Muhammad or anything. We're just throwing out symbols. We're doing syncretism here, okay? Not trying to piss anyone off. Not that doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but anyway, often the blank space of Muhammad's missing head is surrounded by those flames of wisdom I mentioned earlier. So earlier in the essay, Eliphas Levi's Baphomet also has a, quote, flaming torch of wisdom issuing from his forehead, in a manner similar to the Catholic icon of St. Jude. The pictures of Muhammad headless are especially haunting when he is shown riding on Barak, like a nightmarish legend of Sleepy Hollow. But anyway, so this picture, I wonder if doing this will blow it up a little bit for you. So you can see here they are, they're dumping flames of wisdom on top of Muhammad's head, baptizing him with it, essentially.
Yeah, baptism of fire.
So, I mean, I got to think that this is connected somehow. And Muhammad's name, some people think that that's what is being implied in the line in the Gospels when Jesus says, I'm going to send you a comforter after me. And it's not the blanket, or a consoler is another way that it's translated. And this is the same, this has got to be connected to the fact that the rite is called the consolamentum, or the rite of consoling.
I'm going to send you the baptism of fire.
Now here we are again. Here's another, this isn't the same scene, but here we've got people, there's not just Muhammad, but also members of his family. They will also sometimes have their faces removed from the, illustrations of famous scenes. And here you have these weird flames around the faces. So this is something you just see so commonly. So it's almost like the baptism of wisdom erases your face, and it's a baptism of flames. Here you can see Barak with the peacock.
Yeah.
And so here, and then on this picture, you see that this is definitely, I guess, done by the artist, where he actually has a veil over his face. But these other ones,
yeah, that one looks different.
I can almost see like someone came around, maybe a couple hundred years later and said, "Oh, we need to erase these." And it kind of makes me wonder, like, is there something about Muhammad's face they don't want us to see? Something about his identity they don't want us to know. See if I can find anything else important.
That makes sense in the context of a lot of the controversy we see in general is not what it appears to be but you search into it and it turns out that it's hiding something. I mean, we can even say that about what we were talking about way earlier with the Anthony Weiner thing. Like, really, maybe they're perpetrating the ruse because it's a complicated game of substitution. It's a really complex way to hide things, is to expose them and then remove them, and expose them more and then remove them more, and keep doing that as a way to keep you off the trail. It's a red herring.
Yeah. I think you're onto something there about what's going on. Okay, so...
Because they always freak out about the Muhammad thing. That's why I said it, just so people are following, make sure they're following my thought. Like the whole, what was it, a French magazine where they went and shot the place up or whatever because somebody drew a comic of Muhammad, and now it's made all of the right-wing Christians on the internet decide that they're going to make the most lascivious, horrible pictures of Muhammad. So we get this false controversy of what does Muhammad look like, and we forget to look for what he might have actually looked like.
And why is this a controversy in the first place? And like, obviously, there are tons of, I just showed you some, there's tons of pictures that still exist and always did that show his face. So who made the rule exactly,
Well, and it goes with the flamenco stuff too. That's what's popping into my head, is that if they edited all of the histories in mass, maybe they had to kill off one whole generation, and they had to like install their puppets to rewrite histories and change the books and manufacture timelines, then this would be a big part of it, because if you put it all together and figure out like, oh, Muhammad's actually blank, then the whole thing falls apart. If Muhammad and John the Baptist were the same guy, for example, it would be a pretty fucking big deal, All
right, so I think this is a pretty fucking big deal, what I'm just about to read you here. Okay. I'll start here. Let's consider another possible identity for the Templar secret chief called the Theoclete. I don't have time to give you the history of that yet, but it's like there's a reference to the Theoclete or the Paraclete in writings about the Templars, that they use this term for one of their officers, and also it has something to do with something more specific that is just going to take too long to explain. But anyway, here we go. In John 14, 16 through 17, the Gospel of John, Jesus told his apostles before he left them that, I will pray the Father that he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him, but ye know him, for he dwelleth with you and shall be with you. The Greek word here, parakletos, has been variously translated as comforter and consoler. Some Islamic theologians chose to believe that it is the equivalent of the Arabic word for praised one, which is Ahmed or Ahmad. All of these things are, interchangeable. Right. One of Muhammad's epithets. And it's like it's really another way of saying Muhammad, Ahmed. In Surah 61:6 of the Quran, Muhammad is identified as the one whose coming was promised by Jesus. And when Jesus, the son of Mary, said, O children of Israel, indeed I am the messenger of Allah to you, confirming what came before me of the Torah, and bringing good tidings of a messenger to come after me, whose name is Ahmed. But when he came to them with clear evidences, they said, this is obvious magic. In other words, it's a trick, right?
Right.
However, in verse 22 of John, chapter 14, it makes it clear that the Comforter is in fact the Holy Spirit. The Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, whom the Father will send in my name, he shall teach you all things and bring all things to you, to your remembrance, whatsoever I have said to you. I mention here also that, well, what if there's a connection here between Muhammad, the Holy Spirit, and they're all part of something large, something that could be defined as the same thing, or somehow representing the same thing. So I mentioned Sophia and divine wisdom being, okay, so Sophia is like a feminine personification of, one of the personalities of God, and some people would say that's the Holy Spirit, one of the three personalities of God. And then there's the fact that well, we don't need to get into all this because it's pretty controversial actually, but there's
Right,
definitely
it has to do
some.
with the Shekinah glory too, right? Like that used to be
Huh?
Yahweh had a feminine counterpart, the Shekinah glory. Shekinah, the light that followed the temple through the desert in the Old Testament.
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, you can see these things all connected with like the holy fire that they're
Right.
baptizing you with. The light and the fire, kind of the same thing, I would think.
Yeah, because it's a pillar of fire is what follows the temple through the desert.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not. I'm not trying to convert anyone to Islam here. That's not the point. Obviously, it's about. Yeah, there's something that we're not being told about the origin of these three religions that these Templars knew, and they didn't even want to come out and say it. Not even in their secret documents.
Right.
I guess they didn't need to because they all kind of understood it. They knew
Right.
way more about it back then than we did. We know about it now, obviously.
And that's why they have to keep it so secret, is because okay, obviously I'm being theoretical, and once again, not trying to frustrate or anger anyone, but if way back then they knew for sure that the three Abrahamic religions were a front, and they were adept, then that would be like the ultimate consoling power unto yourself and others, is to know that everyone's playing it off, but that here I've got the secret hand sign. Even though we don't even both speak English, we know the truth.
Yes.
That we were around before the division.
And what I think is interesting too, and this kind of goes along with your theory of Satanism is the ultimate religion here somehow, is that when you become one of the consoled ones, when you go through the consolamentum rite and you become one of the chosen, this sets you free from the law, they say. And it's very similar really to what's in the Bible already and what a lot of Christians think now. They're just taking it way further. So, the Bible already says that, because Jesus died, you're not being held to the law of Moses anymore. Which is not to say that most Christians would say, hey, that doesn't mean you go and just do a bunch of bad stuff and you should still try to follow the 10 Commandments, but
Right.
It means that you're not going to be sent to hell for having done something bad.
Right. You're not going to be sent to hell, and you're not going to be stoned to death next week when you find to be in violation of the law,
And then, some take it further, and it kind of seemed to me like Jesus was already going this far, at least. But to say, you don't have to be circumcised. You can eat pork if you want to. You can choose which of the laws you think still need to be observed, and you can choose not to observe the ones that you think don't really need to apply to you anymore. And that's really, I always kind of wondered, like, why is that okay? When I was learning about Christianity growing up, I always thought, that seems like a big contradiction, or it's really hard for me to wrap my head around this theology. Like, how can you?
I'm not sure if I know which particular section you're talking about, because I'm pretty well versed. But if I'd love to see which scripture.
I'll find it for you. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law. So let's find a verse. Galatians 3:10. That's not really Jesus. But, he was already breaking the rules of the Sabbath at the very least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he definitely, that was the whole nature of his interaction with the Pharisees and Sadducees, was like, he would show up and say, hey, watch, if I heal this guy, they're going to freak out. And then do it, and then confront them about why they're freaking out, right? I mean, that's the
Right.
Jesus story.
Okay, so, I'm really showing my ignorance here. Would someone in the chat please help us? Okay, this is Paul, I guess. If it's Galatians 3, it says here that this is Paul
Yeah, it's
talking.
definitely Paul.
Okay. For all who rely on works of the law are under a curse, for it is written, "Cursed be everyone who does not abide by all things written in the book of the law and do them." Now it is evident that no one is justified before God by the law, for the righteous shall live by faith. But the law is not of faith, rather, the one who does them shall live by them. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For it is written, "Cursed is everyone who is hanged on a tree." So that in Christ Jesus, the blessing of Abraham might come to the Gentiles, so that we might receive the promised Spirit through faith. And this would then be the justification for, there's a scene where I think Peter is convinced by an apparition that it's okay to eat pork.
Yeah. I know that. I've always thought that was a great story because it shows that Saint Peter was a total bigot and a hypocrite. And because the Holy Spirit has to be sent to his house, A, to correct him on his dietary practices, and B, to warn him that some foreigners are coming to visit and that he needs to be nice to them.
I always just was overwhelmed by the image of like a big, basket of animals.
Yeah, it's a sheet, right? It says that a sheet lowers down out of the sky and is opened up, and God says, "All right, Peter, go kill something and eat it." And he's like, "No way, bro. I don't eat that. I don't dig on no pork, fool. Swine is a filthy animal."
And then he had some bacon, and he was like, "Hey, that's not so bad." But so the Templars are taking it further, and they're saying, we're totally free from the law.
Yeah, we can do whatever we want.
Whatever you want.
Sorry,
didn't mean to interrupt.
No, we said the exact same thing at the same time. And to me, that's
Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx showed me a Coke. And that brings it full circle back to everything we've been discussing. That okay, so what's the thing that fascinates us and horrifies all of us in looking into this stuff is that you get far enough that all you can do is speculate that these people do whatever the fuck they want with absolutely no regard for anything. That's the problem, That's what shocks us. But we're not adept and transferred into a club where they say, "Hey, look, we know all the reasons why we can completely excuse ourselves from anything." So it makes a lot of sense that way. That's what they're doing. The cremation of care.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, this is what is kind of, you're right, fascinating and also kind of infuriating about it. Like, well, you guys tell us that we have to obey the law. I don't know.
Well, and a step farther than that, too, that I think the vast majority of us out here in the regular old world, like, we don't really, what we have a desire to do is like to be at ease and be at least financially stable, but we don't like have any terrific desire to murder or to rape or to torture or to perform rituals. Like it's not appealing to most people I know, like at all. You might have a few weird friends who were mean to kittens when they were kids, but no horrible, nightmarish people,
Right. Okay, I found the passage, just so we can tell people what we're talking about here. It's called the freedom of the chosen. This is from the secret statutes.
Okay.
So, if you, O brethren, are led by the Spirit, as the Spirit of God lives in you, then you are no longer under the law, but under grace. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, benevolence, goodness, forbearance, gentleness, faith, humility, austerity, and chastity, which is not founded in the law, but the opposite. Delivered from the bonds of death in which you lie, serving in renewal of the Spirit and in the ancient faith of the Scripture. Before you were elected to the freedom that was revealed to you, you were caught up in the law. Therefore, that law was your disciplinarian in Christ, that you might be justified and chosen by it. But if you choose, you are no longer under the disciplinarian, but have received the freedom of the sons of God. Now that you have recognized God and have known God, do not turn to the feeble and wretched beginnings of the law and the synagogue of Antichrist to further serve with your heart. And when he says synagogue of Antichrist, that's throughout this document, and they're referring to their own church that they serve, and they that gave them a charter that told the charter of the Templars given to them by the church said, you don't have to obey any law on earth other than the church. So that's why they were above the kings, and that's why they were able to, start that vast international empire and, become the bankers to the kings.
Right. That's why they could start the checking system.
Yeah. They were given the license to do whatever they want to, basically, including usury. They were given that special workaround there. So anyway, it's all very interesting, isn't it? I don't know what to. Like I said, it just tells me so much.
That's so close to like Paul. What you just read is like, that the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, goodness, faithfulness, kindfulness, etc., self-control. That's like, it's weird that it's almost a mirror image with just a few words changed, But I mean, I guess that is what we see over and over again anyway, is that, to quote Miguel Connor, write your own gospel and live your own truth, right? Well, let's just get the pencil out and erase this section and write in what we want right here.
Well, these guys, one of the things you get from this Templar document is just, they speak with authority. They really feel like they know what they're talking about. And I don't doubt that they do, They knew something that they felt trumped the church, So maybe the church gave them their charter and supposedly they were beholden to it, but they obviously, at this point, didn't feel that way at all. It's just a crazy thing here. This is the origin, obviously, of Freemasonry, but also of just so much of the modern secret societies, the Western occult tradition. It claims to come from the Templars, and when you see this document, you actually see a lot of evidence of that.
Yeah. I agree that this is, maybe you can't call it 100% confirmation like we could haul it into a court of law, but as far as people that have done enough studying and reading, I mean, this is what we've been looking for.
Yes.
This thing that says, hey, this is parallel to all the other crap that you read. Here it is,
Mm-hmm.
So did this guy say is he willing to come back and do more interviews and stuff, Tracy?
I think so, and we should arrange something because he's very well spoken and clever and interesting, and he would even have a lot more to say about this than I do because he spent more time on it than I have.
Yeah, and the curse of the Baphomet is broken, right? Like he didn't get a headache or have the brain fog or like nobody in his family died or anything. So maybe we're finally in the clear.
Maybe so, man. Well, yes, because I feel like there's not much more left that probably exists anymore to be revealed. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like we've definitely, with what we said in the book that Alex and I wrote, all the information we brought out with that, some of which was totally brand new. And then we've got the Chinon parchment, which this is something worth mentioning. The Chinon parchment is something that was supposedly discovered in the Vatican archives in 2007, full of information about the Templars having made confessions to the Pope, which was previously not known to history. Like they thought we knew that he had been tried by the King of France, that the Templars had been tried by the King of France, but we didn't know that the Pope had brought them over and had them make their confessions and without torture in that case. So they confessed almost the exact same things that you see here in this document. I say almost just to cover my ass, but basically it is the same. Right. So what's interesting is that here we have something that was not translated into English until just now. So maybe some people in Europe knew what it said. They haven't spoken to me, and I didn't. I've read like summaries of what's in this from people that were able to read it in some of the other languages, but there wasn't very much information about what's in this document for people in the English-speaking world until now. And the same can be said about the Chinon parchment because that was only released in 2007. That was completely unknown. So the fact that these things have been, essentially hidden for this amount of time, and then they come out in relatively modern times and they corroborate each other, says a lot, I think. And they don't go beyond that either. Like some of the other stuff I've theorized about and connected Templar traditions to, not in terms of saying I have all this solid evidence they did these things, but just that, here's some of the circumstantial evidence.
Right.
I've connected them to much darker things than what we've described here. So the fact that it mentions them the stamping on the cross, right? And this is a very interesting part. Maybe I can find it here, because this is something that it's like a test for the initiate.
Please tell them about this, because everyone should listen to that first interview because it's really good. It's Tracy and I can't remember this guy's name.
Harrison Lindenfield.
Yeah, it's Tracy and Harrison Lindenfield and Alex. But that part right there, please tell us about this part, because this is tricky. This is more proof of what we said all the way up to this point, that you would really have to understand something complex to pass this test.
Yeah, okay, so they have this ritual where they all start stamping on the cross and encourage you to do that, as the new initiate. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read this part. Okay, so when the candidate has taken the oath, all of the brothers throw the crosses they had in their hands to the ground, kick them, and spit on them. The candidate is encouraged to do this in confirmation of his oath by presenting him with a wooden cross. If he does so without argument, he is received into the number of the chosen ones by the laying on of hands of the receptor and the other brothers, and is then clothed with the costume of the same, a white undergarment made of the finest cloth, and a red belt. But this is key. This is the next part. If a man, because he saw the wooden crosses trampled underfoot, and he himself did so, then gets the idea to foolishly condemn Jesus, the Son of Mary, in his confidential conversations, or to speak mockingly and unworthily of him, we declare him unworthy of the elect, and prohibit his further admission to the chapter, except in recordings, and do not allow in any way, be it in whole or in part, for him to gain further knowledge of the secret ordinances. For no one who is spiritually of God would say, Jesus be damned, and no one can say, Jesus the Lord, except in the sense in which he has been revealed to us by the Holy Spirit. So, first of all, it's not a rejection of Jesus, it's a rejection of the cross. And there's other lines in here where they explain very clearly what they mean by that. I'm not sure if it's coming up here fast enough, but I'll try to remember that it's basically, it seems to me like it's a kind of doceticism. Hope I'm pronouncing that right, but this is the idea that Jesus was just a spirit and never took the flesh.
Right.
Which is basically the same as Coptic Christianity. That's what a lot of Egyptian Christians still think.
Right. There's a lot of speculation in the different Gnostic sects of the carnate nature of Jesus is, well, it's tossed around in every regard,
Yeah.
That he was never a man at all, that he was only a spirit, that he was both, and his spirit left his body and was mocking the person who was being crucified, and all this stuff.
Okay. Since you are of the chosen race, the royal priesthood, the holy congregation, the people of property, in which there are neither Jews nor free, nor Romans, nor Saracens, neither man nor woman, for you are all one in that true divinity, we proclaim to you a God who has revealed himself through this world and through everything in the same in which we live, weave, and are. We also proclaim to you the indigenous Son of God, that true Christ who was in and with God from eternity, who could never be born, nor suffer, nor die, to whom all things visible and invisible are given in heaven and on earth, the one Son of Mary, whose soul was alive and thus in the world, but the world did not recognize him because the animal people did not understand what the Spirit was. So Oh, okay. There's just a little more detail here. Of Jesus, the true son of Joseph and Mary, we assert that all that he taught was sacred, and that the miracles which he performed, he did only by virtue of the power of that true Christ, who from eternity was an outflow of God himself, temporarily united with the soul of Jesus, but never physically appeared. So, and then they say, we consider the wood of the cross to be the sign and symbol of the animal of which you read in Revelation, and a desecration of the sanctuary. So, yeah, they're definitely...
Whoa, okay, trippy. So they say that the cross is the symbol of the beast of Revelation.
Kind of. Well, yeah, they seem to be saying that there's a different Christ being shown in Revelation, which is, that's the one coming out and killing everybody. So that is a bit different. And then, yeah, they're saying that he was a power and a spirit, but didn't take flesh in the same way that we do.
Right. The way that we were taught is that Jesus was born as a man, and what this is saying is that the human being Jesus, the son of Mary and Joseph, was born as a man, and the spirit, the Christ spirit, alighted and aligned itself with him to perform the work of Jesus as the Christ, and then left him again when he died. At least that's what I got from what you read. I mean, I kind of want to pour over this more now so I can understand it better.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that could be what they're saying. Yeah, it's a little bit ambiguous to me, but they're definitely rejecting the church's interpretation of him, and they're rejecting the cross. And so this is very interesting that the ritual of trampling and spitting on the cross wasn't an anti-Christian ritual. It was just them demonstrating their own theology, their own version of it.
Right, and that you were supposed to know that before you were initiated in too. Like,
yeah,
like you're a dumbass if you like go through this part of the ritual and then you're like, that stupid guy Jesus, and then they're like, oh, you're not even close, man. You don't get it. You're not with us. You're not one of us.
Yeah. So then I guess you have to go in the next room and drink some vermouth.
Into the green room with you. Not under the tour bus. You stay in the green room. You don't get to go on the tour bus.
It was interesting when I was, tweaking this translation a little bit when I was editing it. That's when I learned that the word vermouth actually means wormwood. So,
really?
Yeah.
Trippy. Well, that makes me, I can't lie. It makes me think of Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin when you say vermouth too, because that's their thing,
Yes. So should we squeeze in something here about Frank real quick?
Yeah.
I don't want to say too much about it.
Go ahead.
Because we've elaborated on Frank the scumbag so much already in previous shows, but I just came across this today. Someone had linked to it on Pizzagate forum on Vote, and so this may not be the most reliable source. However, this is factual, and they linked to where they got it from. So this was what was on Vote, which is Frank Sinatra trafficked underage sex slaves according to new FBI files. This thing was published in January of this year, but they're really linking to something from 2017. It comes from Radar Online. I have it over here. Sinatra's sleazy sex romps and mob ties exposed in explosive FBI files. Written December 28th, 2017, so still was fairly new back then. And here's the real key here down here at the bottom of the article. It says that, the My Way singer met John F. Kennedy in the late 1950s and worked on his presidential campaign. FBI files allege they engaged in wild sex orgies with women in hotels across the country. And I mentioned that one of the places where Frank arranged for these trysts to happen was at this property that was owned by Walt Disney. The feds investigated Frank in a, quote, white slave traffic case. They believed he provided girls for wild sex orgies with JFK and other celebs, and reported, quote, unnatural sex acts that took place at the parties. So I didn't even know this, when I wrote all that stuff about Frank. But I suspected it, and
Yeah, and
And
then
I'm
here's
right.
an article published not very long ago that still, once again, we've got, you know, I know people get critical of it, but all conspiracy searching of ties, and obviously we're not invited to the parties, we're not a part of the club, so there's no way we're ever going to be like, well, I know for sure because I was there. The only way to know is like this: you start connecting one dot, two dots, you get 3 or 5 or 10 things that all kind of point in a direction. So I think this is pretty amazing, Tracy. It's pretty ominous that it comes out after, that you find it after your article, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
yes, yes. So,
Explains
Yeah, I just
him
think there's-
smashing up the helicopter pad a little bit more, doesn't it?
I wonder. So, if I try to play this video, do you think there's any chance that the sound will go through the
Oh,
system there?
It might. Go ahead, see what happens.
I doubt it, but you hearing anything?
No, we're not hearing anything.
All right.
You want,
That's-
you want me to try and drag it up real
Kelly-
quick?
I'm not sure if it's worth it.
Okay.
If it's Kitty Kelly saying anything about Frank Sinatra and sex slaves, then yeah. But-
I doubt it. But you
Oh.
think even in death she'd be afraid for her life to say it?
No, this is about something else. Never mind. So yeah, don't play it. But yeah, okay, so there's all these FBI files about Frank Sinatra that are already, declassified and on their website. And one of these days, I'm gonna have to pour through there and look for all the stuff about the sex slaves because, fits right in with everything else.
It does. One of my dreams, Tracy, is to write software that's good enough that as long as we edit and confirm that we're happy with the quality of the document, that we can dump it all into one place and tag it, and that way we can go and have our own unbelievable conspiracy database of all right, tie Frank Sinatra to all the popes and let's see what we get, or anything like that. I would love to build that.
That would be funny. That would be great. You should do that.
Well, I'm a Tom Sawyer kind of guy. I would have someone else do it because they enjoyed it so much.
Right. So, do you think that we've covered it all tonight?
I think so. I mean, I think this feels like a pretty good stopping point. I feel like this show has the whole show has super pleased me. I don't know how much you got to listen to what James Freed was saying, but he was dropping some bombs. And so to transition into still covering what you and Jim and I were already working on from other recent episodes, I feel like this is like a blockbuster of a show. 31 came off like fireworks for me. That's how I feel.
For sure.
And I assume the chat must be blowing up because Jim has just been trying to reply to messages for the last almost hour, it seems like. So.
I've been chatted up. I'm gonna have to rewatch this
So
last hour.
But
Right after
I
this.
can't. I'm speechless at this point. Thank you very much, Tracy. For I don't think if you wouldn't have done the work that you've done along with Alex Rivera, and I still want to get Alex on here someday if when he has time. But I don't think this guy would have necessarily brought this forward if you hadn't kind of broken the trail and pushed ahead. He might have even still translated it, but just okay, now I know what it says, and not necessarily been compelled to share it. So I want to thank you for working so hard for so long to bring all this together, because the information that we're getting, to me, it's almost scary. Oh crap, we're starting to get a little bit of clarity to what the picture might be. And it's different than anything the world had brought forth or imagined prior. So
Yeah, I get the same feeling, and I was getting chills reading some of that stuff about Jesus from those statutes. It's very weird. And you were right about the Muhammad question and how it ties into the controversy about the chronology of history and Anatoly Fomenko's work. I have a whole file of this stuff that needs to be worked on here, but I wouldn't mind, showing you some of this stuff. because it's so amazing. And a lot of it is just medieval coins. There's some medieval coins that supposedly have Muhammad's head on them, but it doesn't even look like a human head. I mean, it looks like a space alien with
Trippy.
giant eyes.
Whoa, okay.
And then there's some controversy, like whether this is really supposed to represent Muhammad, and then the alternative is just some king, some European king, and it doesn't look like either of those things. It looks like this weird space alien thing. So
Yeah,
I'll show you that sometime, and that's just one of the things that are in the file. I mean, I just have all these truly bizarre medieval coins, a lot of them falling into line with, if you go onto my website and you read the Mysterium Baphometus translation and the intro that I have there, you'll at some point get to the part where Hammer Bergstall talks about all of these. He's analyzing all of these medieval coins that he thinks were Templar coins, and that they have all these what he calls Gnostic codes in them.
Yeah.
Referring to meat.
Yeah, I remember that. That's right at the beginning, right?
And yeah, meat is short for Baphomet. It's like it's also, he says, Kybel. It's the goddess, and it's Baphomet at the same time. It is the same thing, he says. And then so he sees the word meat encoded, and one of the clues to look for is a giant letter M, which you would think, like, well, doesn't that probably just mean the Virgin Mary or something like that? I don't know. I mean, if I had seen it without reading his stuff, I would have certainly not thought of that at all. But anyway, he has all these weird interpretations of it, and he sees all these messages about meat in these old coins. And again, it's like he should have known what he was talking about. In other words, like people who criticize him now, it's odd because he was very well respected in his time, and I'm more inclined to wonder, like, he must have had some reason to think this, and it makes me wonder about, is there something that's been covered up about history so that people can criticize his work now because it doesn't make any sense to them, but he acted like he knew what he was talking about, and we just don't have the corroborating evidence now. We don't have the context to put it in. It's as though something.
We have current examples of that in our time anyway, so that makes a lot of sense to me. Like, if you know about the book The 13th Tribe by Arthur Koestler. Do you know what book that is?
I've heard of it, but I don't even know what it's about.
He wrote the book allegedly to try and weaken the blow of anti-Semitic accusations against Jews. And the whole thing is, like, that's the main book claiming that Jews are Khazars from the steppes of Russia, that, and not DNA descendants of the Holy Land. And so Koestler, like, when he got older, like, they dragged his name through the mud, accused him of rape, like, took down any monuments of him. Like, there was a monument of him at a college, like a bronze statue, and some girl came out and, kind of like the Me Too of the day. And so they've really kind of discredited him, so that now if you bring it up, people say, well, that book isn't even true, that's just nonsense, and besides, that guy's reputation sucks, right? Well, I mean, I read the book a long time ago. It's mostly, it's like the citations fill up half the page. It's an old-fashioned academic work. I mean, so you can argue with it, but you'd have to argue citation by citation like an academic, So obviously there's a lot of shit that he probably got right, You know what I mean. Citations, it's not like a small disagreement. Well, the same thing, I remember the guy who wrote a different book called The Controversy of Zion, which is also, once again, it's about the nature and the history of Jews and Zionism. It'd be like Sean Hannity or somebody who is a really popular, we don't really have writers like we used to that are as popular, but like a really popular newspaper media writer, that was his reputation. And then after he published that book, they did the same thing. They like completely destroyed his reputation. I don't remember if he got involved in scandal or whatever, but they've pulled him out of history. You know, and so if you bring him up and be like, oh, you should read this book or at least look at the evidence, people are like, oh, no, you can't bring that up. That doesn't work. So that kind of goes with what you're saying about Hammer Perkstall, that maybe they did the same thing. Like, oh, bro, you went a bridge too far, and now we've got to remove all the evidence that makes it look like you were right about anything, and we just got to roll our eyes and pretend like you're crazy.
Yes. Yeah, there's something missing about what's going on with Hammer Bergstall. Like, he wonders about this image on some of these old coins of a woman with snakes for legs, and he keeps referring to that as meat, which it goes along. Actually, the symbolism goes right along with how he's describing Baphomet and this, this bizarre feminine goddess that's also, well, yeah, everything we said about Baphomet, but so it's obvious it's Melusine, it's the lady on the Starbucks logo.
Right.
That's what he's seeing on all these coins. Why didn't he use the term Melusine? Why didn't he recognize it when he was surrounded by, he was in Prussia, he was presumably surrounded by monuments like this. He was a historian. And then the person he was working for, or working with, who had all these alleged Templar monuments in his collection, was this Duke de Blockus, who's contributed numerous really important archaeological finds to history, and you find them in museums all over the place. So if you discredit everything that Hammer Perkstall says, then don't you have to also take a second look at all these antiquities that were brought forward by Duke de Blockus, which are totally part of history now, and are the reason why certain events are dated when they are. And then you got to wonder, like, why didn't Hammer Perkstall recognize the Melusine symbol? But if something
because it
has
had
been
a
messed up
different
in
name,
history,
exactly.
then we're just seeing the evidence, but we're missing the context of everything. So I think that is something I'd like to delve into with you guys in the future. And you brought up the Khazar issue, and that's something I ran into when I was doing the Hammer Perkstall work, because, well, I'll get into it. It has to do with this family of kings and nobles in Bavaria and Prussia and these areas in Europe that he was writing about, and he was reanalyzing the coins that were found there, and I found some very interesting stuff that it intersects exactly with the mystery of the Khazars and these historical figures that have other people's biographies attributed to them. They've been multiplied throughout history, so you'll get I'm talking about the mystery of the Ottos, which is mentioned in the introduction that you can find on my website.
Right. Now, does that go back to the tooth? When you were talking about the coins, it made me think of the tooth thing.
It goes back to the tooth thing, and it goes back to the Biscioni, and I'd love to get into that sometime, because to me it leads right into the mystery of the timelines being screwed up, the mystery of the chronology. So
well, let's plan on that. I mean, maybe not next week. We'll see what we'll talk privately about what we definitely want to do next week. But let's plan for the farther away future to definitely use the mystery of the Ottos as a lead up towards a more thorough look at the new chronology, flamenco, maybe the New Earth Channel, the Mud Flood. Because I just did a report for the one online class I'm in about hidden and lost continents and lands and holy mountains and all that stuff. And it's not really in depth. I ended up like cramming over 3 days to get it done. But it still put my eyes on a lot of bookmarkable evidence and stuff to bring to the table. So, and I need to read a lot more flamenco, but of course I need to read a lot of things. But
yeah, I do want to talk about it in the future. So
cool.
Let's do that maybe maybe January sometime.
Certainly, sounds great.
All right.
Well,
so let's say goodbye for real this time.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll shut up.
So I just want to thank everybody for coming. Thanks for a huge show. Thanks, Tracy, and thanks to James Freed if you're out there listening. And Tracy, if you didn't catch the beginning of that, you might want to hear the stuff that James Freed said because it's pretty phenomenal. And tune in next week, folks. We'll give you an update on the internet of what we might be doing. And as we say every week at the end of the show, we're gonna still wave our hands and say, "Okay, bye."
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
See you next time.